You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My Baby Monitor Picked Up Someone Teaching My Daughter to Speak. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time I heard the voice on the baby monitor, I thought it was my wife. Not because it sounded like her. It didn't, not really. It was lower, softer, and too close to the little microphone clipped to the rail of our daughter's crib. But it came through at 2:13 in the morning, wrapped in that thin electronic hiss all monitors have, right after our daughter made the wet, frustrated little grunt she made when she was trying to roll over and couldn't. The voice said very clearly, "No, sweetheart. Say mama." I sat up so fast the sheet snapped cold against my legs. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male. And at that point in my life, I was 3 months into being the kind of father who pretended he was coping better than he was. I lived with my wife and baby in South Philadelphia, in a narrow brick row house on a block where the front steps were always gritty with city dust. And somebody's car alarm went off at least once a week for no reason anyone could explain. Before becoming a father, I had been a high school audio-visual tech, the guy who fixed projectors, replaced cracked HDMI cables, and made teachers feel like their laptops had personally betrayed them. After becoming a father, I was mostly a man walking around in sweatpants at odd hours, smelling faintly of formula, disinfectant wipes, and old coffee. The baby monitor sat on my nightstand, angled toward me like a tiny black witness. For half a second, I did nothing. I held my breath and listened to the faint sound of our daughter, Lucy, breathing in her room down the hall. The monitor added its own static, a dry, papery rasp. Somewhere outside, a truck hit a pothole on Tasker Street with a metal bang that traveled through the walls. Then my wife mumbled, Dan, Mara Mercer, 32, female, was curled on her side with one arm tucked under her pillow, her dark hair stuck to her cheek in damp strands. She was a pediatric nurse at Jefferson, which meant she had the calmest voice in a room until she was home, overtired, and faced with a bottle nipple that had rolled under the dishwasher. She could handle blood. She could handle screaming. What she could not handle, not since Lucy was born 5 weeks early after a bad blood pressure scare, was uncertainty. She needed plans, charts, times written down, bags packed before bags were needed. I whispered, "Did you just say something?" Her eyes opened properly then, irritated first, then alert. "What? On the monitor, did you say mama?" She pushed herself up on one elbow. The mattress creaked under her. No, we both looked at the monitor. The little screen was in night vision mode, green-gray and grainy. Lucy lay on her back in the crib, wrapped badly in the sleep sack I never managed to zip without bunching fabric under her chin. Her tiny hands had worked themselves free and hovered near her ears like she'd been startled mid-dream. The nursery looked normal. The moon print curtains, the white dresser with the basket of diapers on top, the glider chair in the corner with one of Mara's hoodies draped over the back. Nothing moved except Lucy's mouth, making bubbles. Mara reached across me and turned the volume up. The hiss got louder. Lucy made a soft, hiccuping sound. I tried to laugh quietly, because there are certain moments in a marriage when you can either admit you are afraid or make yourself useful by pretending the world still follows ordinary rules. Maybe it picked up somebody else's monitor. At 2 in the morning. People have babies at 2 in the morning. That's not what I mean. I knew what she meant. Our monitor was one of those Wi-Fi models with an app and 2-factor authentication, and a brand name that sounded like a Scandinavian baby furniture company. Mara had researched it for weeks. It had sleep tracking, motion alerts, temperature readings, sound sensitivity settings, encrypted streaming. All the little promises modern parents buy because terror is easier to manage when it comes with a subscription. It can't just pick up a neighbor, she said. It can glitch. You heard a voice. I nodded. Female. I don't know, maybe. Adult. Yeah. She stared at me long enough that the green light from the screen caught in her eyes. Then she threw the covers off. I said, wait. But Mara was already moving. Our bedroom opened into a narrow hallway that ran straight to the nursery. In daylight, it felt like any other old Philly row house hallway, too tight for furniture. The pine floorboards patched in places by whoever had owned the house before us. The walls painted a tired cream we kept meaning to freshen up. At night, it became a tunnel of small household sounds. The fridge clicked downstairs. The radiator made a settling ping though the heat wasn't on. From Lucy's room came the low mechanical hum of the white noise machine playing its fake ocean. Mara went first. I followed close enough to touch her shoulder, but didn't. That was my private flaw, or one of them. I hung back at the exact moment I should have stepped forward. I told myself it was caution. Mara called it processing. My father had called it being careful, but he'd said it with the same tone he used for locking 3 deadbolts and checking the stove twice. I had inherited his habit of imagining disaster clearly and reacting to it slowly, as if the imagining counted as preparation. Mara pushed the nursery door open. The room smelled like Dreft, diaper cream, and the stale plastic warmth of a bottle we'd forgotten to bring downstairs. The whale-shaped nightlight cast a soft blue oval on the wall above the crib. Lucy blinked at us, offended by our arrival, then kicked both feet inside the sack. No one else was there. Mara crossed to the crib and touched Lucy's belly, then her forehead, then the back of her neck in the practice sequence I'd watched her use 100 times. She's fine. I checked the window even though I knew it was locked. We were on the 2nd floor, and the only thing outside that window was the flat roof over our kitchen extension, a strip of tar with an old satellite dish and a flower pot the previous owners had abandoned. The latch was down. The blinds were half open. Beyond the glass, the neighboring rooftops sat under sodium orange streetlight. A cat moved along the back wall, its shadow narrow and quick. Monitor glitched, I said. Mara didn't answer. Lucy made a small, almost conversational coo. Not a word, not even close to a word. She was 3 months old. Her language was hunger, gas, outrage, and very occasionally joy. Mara smiled despite herself. Hi, Goose. Lucy turned her face toward the sound. I saw Mara soften, shoulders dropping, thumbs stroking the baby's sleep sack. The room settled around us. Ordinary again. The white noise machine shushed waves that sounded nothing like the ocean, and everything like air moving through a vent. I leaned against the dresser and let myself feel stupid. Exhaustion did things to the brain. The monitor had probably buffered audio or grabbed a fragment of some video on Mara's phone, or maybe one of us had spoken in that half-sleep stage and forgotten. There were explanations. There were always explanations if you didn't poke too hard. Then the monitor in our bedroom crackled. We heard it from down the hall, faint but unmistakable through the open doors. A woman's voice said, "Good girl." Mara's hand froze on Lucy's chest. I pushed off the dresser and went into the hallway. The voice was gone by the time I reached our room, but the monitor was still on, screen still showing the nursery. It showed Mara standing over Lucy. It showed the glider. It showed the dresser. It also showed me stepping into the bedroom doorway in the tiny picture-in-picture reflection on the nursery window. For a second, I couldn't make sense of that, and then I did. The camera had captured my reflection in the dark nursery glass while I was standing behind Mara. Normal, explainable. Still, I turned the monitor off. The screen went black. The room became darker than before. Mara appeared in the doorway holding Lucy against her shoulder. "Why did you turn it off?" "Because it's freaking us out." "That doesn't fix anything." "No, but listening to random audio at 2 in the morning doesn't fix anything either." Lucy squirmed and began to fuss, mouth opening in a silent oval before sound arrived. Mara bounced once, twice, a little too sharp. "Don't start." "I didn't mean. I know what you meant." We stood there with the kind of argument between us that new parents don't have out loud because nobody has enough sleep to survive the whole thing. Mara thought I minimized things because I didn't want to deal with them. I thought she escalated things because she believed vigilance could keep bad things from happening. We were both right enough to resent each other. Lucy let out a thin cry. Mara closed her eyes. "I'm going to feed her. She ate at 12:30. She's awake now. I can do it." That made her look at me, not angry, worn down. "You have school in 4 hours. I know. You forgot to sterilize the bottles yesterday." There it was, small and stupid and sharp because it was true. "I rinsed them," I said. "Rinsed isn't sterilized." "Mara, she was early, Dan." "I know she was early." "You keep saying that like it's history." The baby cried harder, a rough little motor starting up in her chest. Mara kissed the side of her head immediately, guilt flooding her face. Okay, I'm sorry, baby." I went downstairs to make the bottle because doing something with my hands was better than standing there being the man who had forgotten the sterilizer cycle. The kitchen was cold in the way row house kitchens get cold at night, the tile holding onto February, even though it was late March. The streetlight came through the back door window and cut the room into rectangles. Our sink was full of pump parts, coffee mugs, and the little green silicone brush we used for bottle nipples. The whole place smelled faintly of sour milk and the lemon dish soap Mara bought in bulk. I put water in the warmer. I checked the formula scoop twice. I listened to the ceiling. Above me, Lucy's crying became softer. Mara's voice murmured. I couldn't make out words. Then there was another sound, one I felt before I understood it. A tap, not loud, not dramatic, just a small contact sound from the back of the house. I turned toward the door. Tap, the old cat, I thought, the one on the roof, or a branch. Except there wasn't a tree close enough to hit the kitchen door, and the cat had been on the wall, not the landing. Tap. I set the bottle down and walked over. Our back door had a half window covered by a cheap roller shade. Shade was pulled almost all the way down, leaving a finger-width gap at the bottom where the outside light showed concrete steps and the black curve of the trash can lid. Nothing else. Tap. This time I saw the shade jump. Something had touched the glass. I backed up so quickly my heel clipped the recycling bin and sent an empty seltzer can skittering across the floor. It made a bright, clattering racket that seemed too large for the kitchen. "Dan," Mara called from upstairs. "I'm fine," I said automatically. I stared at the door. No face appeared in the glass. No hand. No movement under the shade. The bottle warmer beeped. I waited another few seconds, then crossed the kitchen and hit the back floodlight switch. The small yard lit up hard and white. Trash cans, chain link gate, wet concrete. The neighbor's recycling bin tipped slightly sideways. No person. No cat now either. I opened the drawer beside the stove and took out the heavy flashlight we kept there for storms. Then I stood with it in my hand, feeling ridiculous and not ridiculous enough. By the time I got back upstairs with the bottle, Mara was in the glider with Lucy tucked into the crook of her arm. The nursery had that overnight softness again, blue night light, white noise, little sucking sounds as Lucy worked a pacifier and lost it. Mara looked at the flashlight in my hand. What happened? Something tapped the back door. Her face changed. Could have been a cat, I said too quickly. Was it? I didn't see anything. She held Lucy tighter. I put the bottle on the dresser and checked the nursery window again. Locked. I checked the closet, which was absurd, and the space behind the door, which was worse because for one stupid second I expected a person to be there. Nothing. Mara said, "Turn the monitor back on." "No, Dan. It's either glitching or someone got into the feed. Either way, we don't need it tonight. We're awake. If someone got into the feed, we absolutely need to know. That's not how hacking works. We can change the password tomorrow. Reset the router. I'll call customer support." Tomorrow, the word landed badly. Lucy began to drink from the bottle, eyes closed, one hand pressed against Mara's shirt. The tiny wet clicks filled the room. It should have calmed me. It didn't. I kept seeing the roller shade jump. I said, "I'll check downstairs." "You already did." "I'll check again." "With what?" "A flashlight and your slippers." I looked down. I was, in fact, wearing slippers. One of them had dried formula on the toe. Mara said, quieter, "I'm not making fun of you. I know. I just don't want you opening the door." "I'm not opening it." I didn't want to admit that the thought had crossed my mind. My father would have opened it. He would have gone outside with a flashlight and a baseball bat and a whole performance of being the kind of man who protected his house. He also once chased a drunk teenager down our driveway and slipped on ice badly enough to crack 2 ribs. I remembered my mother standing in the ER with her arms folded, saying, "And what did we learn?" while my father refused to answer. I had sworn I would not become a man who turned fear into noise. But standing there in the nursery, with my daughter drinking and my wife watching me watch the window, I wasn't sure what kind of man that left. Mara shifted Lucy, wincing as the baby's heel dug into her stomach. We should call someone. And say what? Our monitor picked up a voice and something tapped the door. Yes, the cops are going to ask if anyone tried to get in, if anything's missing, if we saw someone. Then we say no. And they tell us to call back if it happens again. Maybe. But then there's a record. That was Mara. Records mattered. Paper trails mattered. If something went wrong later, she wanted proof that she had seen the shape of it early. I rubbed my face. My skin felt gritty. Let me check the app first. I went back to our bedroom and turned on my phone. The monitor app opened with the usual animation, a smiling moon and a loading circle. For a moment, it showed Lucy's room live. Then a notification slid down. Audio event detected, 2:13 a.m. Below it, another. Audio event detected, 2:17 a.m. And another. Audio event detected, 2:41 a.m. I had not seen that last one happen. My thumb hovered over the recordings tab. From the nursery, Mara called Dan. I didn't answer right away. The app had a list of clips, each 10 seconds long, each stamped with time and temperature and a little waveform. The 2:13 clip was first, the one with the voice, the one I could almost explain because I'd been half asleep. The 2:17 clip sat below it. The 2:41 clip sat below that, newly uploaded, recorded, while I had been downstairs staring at the back door. Mara came into the bedroom with Lucy asleep against her shoulder. What is it? I showed her the phone. Her eyes moved over the times. For a few seconds, neither of us touched anything. Lucy breathed into Mara's shirt, warm and damp and real. Outside, a car rolled slowly down our block, tires whispering over wet pavement. Somewhere in the wall, old pipes clicked. Mara whispered, "Play it." I looked at the phone, then at Lucy, then at the black monitor on the nightstand. The choice in front of us was embarrassingly simple. Tap the recording and maybe hear nothing but static, or hear something that meant our house was less private than we had believed. Call the police now and sound hysterical, or wait and risk proving we had waited too long. Turn the monitor back on, or leave ourselves blind. My thumb moved toward the first clip, then stopped. Not in here, I said. Mara nodded once. We stood in the doorway between our bedroom and the hall, our sleeping daughter between us, the phone bright in my hand, and decided whether to listen. We listened to the first recording in the bathroom with the fan on. That sounds stupid now, like something kids would do during a sleepover after deciding the house was haunted. But at the time, it made a kind of exhausted parent logic. The bathroom was the farthest room from Lucy's crib without going downstairs. It had one small window painted shut, a humming ceiling fan, and the kind of privacy you only get when you close a door and pretend the rest of the house can't hear you breathing. Mara sat on the closed toilet lid with Lucy asleep against her chest. I stood by the sink in my slippers, phone in one hand, flashlight in the other, feeling ridiculous enough that it almost kept me calm. "Play it," she said. "Volume low. Dan." I tapped the 2:13 clip. Monitor app opened a black playback screen with a little waveform pulsing across the bottom. First came static, then Lucy's tiny grunt, the same one we'd heard live. Fabric rustled against the crib mattress. A soft click followed, like the monitor adjusting its night vision or compressing the audio. Then the voice. "No, sweetheart, say mama." Mara's lips parted. Hearing it live had been wrong. Hearing it recorded was worse, because there was no half-sleep to blame. The voice came through clean enough to have shape. Adult, female, probably, youngish, or trying to sound young. Gentle in that careful way people talk to babies in public when they want strangers to notice they're good with children. Lucy shifted against Mara, but didn't wake. I replayed the last 2 seconds before Mara could stop me. The voice softened around the word sweetheart. There was a faint noise under it too, almost hidden by the monitor hiss. A tap, not on glass this time. A plastic tick, like a fingernail against the monitor casing. "Stop," Mara said. I did. She stared at the phone. "That wasn't me. I know. That wasn't the TV. That wasn't some video. I know. You don't know. You're still trying to make it smaller in your head." That stung because she was right, and because I needed her not to be. I'm trying to figure out what it is before we panic. Her laugh was small and dry. "Daniel, somebody spoke to our baby." I looked down at Lucy. Her cheek was smashed against Mara's shirt, mouth open slightly, one hand curled in the collar. She smelled like milk and sleep, and that faint, warm bread smell babies have when they're alive and safe, and completely unable to help themselves. "Play the next one," Mara said. The 2:17 clip was mostly us. Our footsteps in the nursery. Mara murmuring, "She's fine." The white noise machine pouring fake surf into the background. Then from somewhere close to the microphone, that second voice came in, softer than before. "Good girl." Mara made a sound through her nose, not quite a gasp. I paused the clip. "No," she said, "keep going. There's nothing else. Play all of it." So I did. The last few seconds were just noise, our own voices from a distance. Lucy fussing. The app ended with a little chirp. Mara turned her head toward the bathroom door, as if she expected to hear someone moving in the hallway. The monitor was in the nursery. Yes, and we were both in there. Yes, so if it recorded that close to the microphone, could be injected audio. She looked at me. "Like someone accessed the feed remotely," I said. "They wouldn't need to be in the room." "You said hacking doesn't work like that." I said we shouldn't assume that at 2 in the morning. Don't split hairs. I swallowed whatever answer I'd been about to give, because this was not the time to be technically correct. Technically correct was where I hid when I was scared. I could explain bitrate, router settings, device pairing, open ports. I could turn fear into a checklist and pretend every item crossed off meant the world had become less dangerous. But someone had said "good girl" into my daughter's room. Mara nodded toward the phone. The third one, the 2:41 clip, began with a sound I recognized immediately. Me bumping the recycling bin downstairs. The empty seltzer can rattled across the kitchen floor, thin and bright. My own voice came next, distant through the house, saying, "I'm fine," then static. Then Lucy made a tiny sleeping squeak. I expected the voice. I braced for it. Instead, there was another sound, breathing, not Lucy S., not Mara's, slower, closer to the monitor. Inhale, pause, exhale. The recording compressed it into something flat and papery, but the rhythm was there. 3 breaths. Then a whisper, so faint I had to put the speaker closer to my ear. Again tomorrow. The clip ended. Mara stood too fast, Lucy jerking in her arms. We're leaving. Okay, I said it instantly. No argument, no explanation. No, let's think, just okay. That should have helped. It didn't. Mara was already moving through the bathroom door and into the hall, bare feet quick against old wood. Get the diaper bag. Where are we going? My sister S. Tessa, in Cherry Hill. 30 minutes if the bridge was clear. 45 if it was. At 3 in the morning, probably 30. Okay, I said again. Keys, formula, her blanket, the blue sleep sack. Mara, what? We should call the police before we leave. She looked at me like she'd been waiting for me to catch up and hated that it had taken this long. Then call. I called from the bedroom while pulling jeans over my pajama pants because I couldn't find clean underwear and didn't care. The dispatcher was calm in that practiced way that made me feel both safer and more foolish. I explained the voice, the baby monitor, the tap at the back door, the recordings. Is anyone inside the home now? She asked. No, I mean, not that we can see. Are you in a safe room? We're upstairs. My wife has our infant. Are your doors locked? Yes. Windows? Yes. Do you see anyone outside? No. Mara shoved diapers into the bag with too much force, the Velcro tabs catching and tearing free with little ripping sounds. The dispatcher asked, Do you believe someone may have entered the home? I don't know. You don't know? I closed my eyes. There it was, the weak answer. The thing that made adults on phones decide you were anxious instead of endangered. No evidence of entry, I said, falling into report language because it felt sturdier. There is unexplained audio from inside the nursery feed and a possible attempt to make contact at the rear door. Mara paused and looked at me. That was my world. Give it the right words and maybe someone would take it seriously. The dispatcher said officers would be sent when available and advised us not to confront anyone outside when available. Not immediately. Not sirens already screaming toward us. Just when available, because no one was bleeding and no one had seen a weapon. How long? I asked. I can't give an exact time. Mara mouthed, We're leaving. I gave the dispatcher our address, my phone number, and the fact that we would be going to a relative's home if officers arrived and did not find us. She told me to call back if anything changed. Anything changed. By then, Lucy was awake and crying with her eyes still mostly closed, furious at the interrupted feeding and the transfer from warm arms to car seat. Mara's hands shook as she buckled her in. She kept missing the slot. The plastic tongue clicked against the buckle, housing once, twice. Let me, I said, I've got it. I know, but I said I've got it. Lucy screamed. The sound went through the house like a fire alarm. It bounced off the hallway walls, spilled down the stairs, filled every room we were trying to escape. Mara finally clicked the buckle into place, then immediately checked Lucy's chest clip, then checked it again. Bag. I grabbed the diaper bag, my laptop bag without knowing why, and the monitor parent unit from the nightstand. The little black screen was off, my thumb greasy on its edge. Leave it, Mara said. We need evidence. You have the clips on your phone. What if the app deletes them, then download them? I will in the car. Dan, her voice had that thin edge now, not anger. Fear sharpened into impatience. I'm taking it, I said. It was the wrong tone. Too final. Too much like my father, standing in a doorway with car keys in one hand, announcing a plan instead of discussing it. Mara's face closed. I hated myself for noticing and still not putting the monitor down. We moved toward the stairs. The row house felt suddenly unfamiliar, the way your own street can look wrong in heavy fog. A laundry basket sat on the landing, full of folded towels nobody had put away. Lucy's burp cloth hung over the banister like a small surrender flag. Downstairs, the kitchen floodlight still burned through the back windows, throwing hard shadows across the dining room. I went first this time. I made myself go first. Every step complained under my weight. The diaper bag strap cut into my shoulder. My phone was still in my right hand. The 911 call recently ended, screen smudged and bright. At the bottom of the stairs, I paused and listened. The house made house noises. Refrigerator, pipes, Lucy crying in hiccuping bursts, Mara breathing behind me. Then my phone vibrated. A new notification slid onto the screen. Audio event detected, 2:56 a.m. I stopped so abruptly Mara bumped into my back. What? She whispered. I showed her. Her face went still. The monitor was off. I had turned off the parent unit, but the nursery camera itself still had power. Of course it did. The camera was plugged into the wall behind the crib, still connected to Wi-Fi, still listening, still sending events. Mara said, "Don't play it. We need to know. Not here. What if it's happening right now?" She looked past me toward the dark front room. "That is why we are leaving." Lucy let out another cry, then coughed on it. Mara shifted the car seat, whispering, "I know, baby, I know." I unlocked the front door. The deadbolt slid back with a heavy clunk that sounded much too loud. I opened the door a crack and looked out. Our block was empty in that damp, late-night city way. Parked cars packed bumper to bumper, stoops dark, trash bags shining at the curb. The air smelled like wet asphalt and somebody's old cigarette smoke. A bus groaned somewhere on Broad Street. No one stood outside. Our car was parked half a block down because parking in South Philly is a punishment designed by people who hate parents. A silver Subaru between a dented Honda and a contractor van with a ladder rack. The car seat base was already installed. Small mercy. "Go," I said. Mara stepped out with Lucy. I locked the front door behind us, hands clumsy. We made it 12 feet before the problem became concrete. The Subaru's rear passenger door was open, not wide, not dramatic, just unlatched enough for the dome light to glow weakly inside, yellow and sick. The light pulsed slightly, like the battery was nearly dead. Mara saw it at the same time I did. "No," she said. I ran ahead, not bravely, not thoughtfully, just with a stupid burst of panic that made my slippers slap wet pavement. I reached the car and stopped short. The inside smelled wrong. Not like gasoline, not like rot. Like cold air and damp fabric and the faint powdery sweetness of baby wipes. The diaper changing pad we kept in the back was unfolded across the seat. The glove compartment hung open. Mara's emergency tote had been pulled out and emptied onto the floor. Spare onesie, 2 pacifiers, a travel pack of wipes, an old receiving blanket, a crumpled parking receipt from Jefferson. The car seat base was still there. I checked the footwell, then the rear cargo area, then under the seats, because panic makes you perform useless rituals. Nobody was hiding in the car. Nothing obvious had been taken. Mara arrived behind me, Lucy's crying muffled under the car seat canopy. What is it? Someone was in the car. She didn't ask if I was sure. The driver's door was unlocked too. When I pressed the start button, the dash flickered, clicked, and died. Battery drained from the open door. The car made a faint electrical tick, then nothing. Mara said something under her breath I had never heard her say in front of Lucy. I tried again. Nothing. The street around us stayed quiet. Too quiet, but not in a movie way. In the way cities are quiet when thousands of people are sleeping behind thin walls and nobody has any idea your life has tilted sideways outside their parked cars. We'll call a rideshare, I said. With the baby seat, we can install it in another car. In the rain, while someone is watching. We don't know someone's watching. She pointed at the Subaru without taking her eyes off the block. Dan, I called 911 again. This time my voice came out different, less careful. I told them someone had entered our vehicle, possibly tampered with it, and we had an infant with us. The dispatcher asked whether the suspect was visible. I said no. She told us to return inside, lock the doors, and wait for officers. Return inside. Mara heard it through the phone and shook her head violently. I said, they want us back in the house. No, Mara, no. That voice came from inside the nursery. Through the monitor. You don't know that. Lucy's crying had changed into a hoarse, tired rhythm. Little saw-toothed sobs. She needed food. She needed warmth. She needed parents who were not standing on a sidewalk beside a dead car at 3 a.m, arguing over which unsafe place was less unsafe. My private fear, the one I rarely said out loud, pressed hard against my ribs. That in the moment, Lucy needed me to decide. I would choose wrong because I was too busy trying to be reasonable. A curtain shifted in the upstairs window of the house across the street. I saw it. Mara saw it too. The curtain belonged to Mrs. Alvarez, who usually watched the block with the professional suspicion of someone who had lived there 40 years and missed nothing. For one relieved second, I thought she might open the window, call down, ask what was wrong. But the curtain fell back. No window opened. My phone buzzed again. Audio event detected, 3:01 a.m. Mara looked at the screen. It's still happening. I opened the app before she could tell me not to. The live feed loaded slowly, spinning circle, then the nursery appeared in green-gray. Empty crib. That hit me first, stupidly, even though Lucy was right beside us. The crib looked wrong without her. The blanket bunched at the foot. The white noise machine still glowing blue. The glider in the corner. Then the camera image stuttered. A shadow moved across the nursery window, not inside the room, outside, across the glass. A human shape, fast and partial, blocking the faint street glow for less than a second. I shoved the phone toward Mara, but the image had already settled. Window, curtains, empty room. The roof, I said. Mara's face lost color. The kitchen extension roof. The one directly outside Lucy's nursery window. The one with the old satellite dish and abandoned flower pot. Accessible from the alley if someone climbed the fence, or from the neighboring roof if they knew how, or from our own back stairs if they'd been in the yard. I turned and looked back at our house. From the sidewalk, the second-floor nursery window was visible above the kitchen extension, dark except for the soft blue night light. Nothing moved there now. The floodlight in the back still threw a white wash up one side of the brick. Rain misted in the light like dust. "We can't go back in," Mara said. "Can't stay out here." The phone rang in my hand. "Unknown number," I answered. A man's voice said, "Mr. Mercer?" "Yes, this is Officer Keene with Philadelphia Police. We're about 8 minutes out. Are you inside the residence?" "No, we're outside. Our car battery's dead." Someone was in it. A pause. Radio chatter behind him. "You need to get to a locked location if possible. My house may have someone on the roof outside my daughter's window." Another pause, shorter this time. "Do you see anyone now?" "No, do not approach the rear of the property. Do not go into the alley. Stay together. If you can safely enter a neighbor's home, do that. Otherwise, return to your residence, lock the front door, remain on the first floor away from rear windows, and keep the line open." Mara mouthed, "Neighbor." I looked across the street at Mrs. Alvarez's dark window, then down the block at the row of houses, all sleeping, all sealed. Knocking at 3 a.m. with a crying baby and a story about a monitor voice would take time. Too much time. And if someone was on our roof or in the alley, time was the thing tightening around us. Lucy started coughing again, a strained little bark between sobs. Mara said, "She's cold." That decided it. Not because the house was safe, because the baby was not. "We go inside," I said. "Front room only, door locked, lights on. We wait for police." Mara looked at me like she wanted to hate the plan and couldn't find a better one fast enough. "Okay," she said, "but we do not go upstairs. No upstairs, and you don't check the back. I won't." We gathered the spilled emergency tote from the car because leaving the pacifiers felt insane. My hands were numb by then, clumsy with cold and adrenaline. The receiving blanket had fallen into a shallow puddle by the curb. I picked it up anyway. As we hurried back toward the house, my phone buzzed again. Another audio event. Then another. The notifications stacked on the screen faster than I could read them. Audio event detected. 3:03 a.m. Audio event detected. 3:04 a.m. Motion detected. Nursery. Sound detected. Nursery. At the front door, I almost dropped the keys. Mara whispered, "Hurry." I got the key into the lock on the third try. Inside, the house was dark, except for the kitchen floodlight spilling through the back, and the weak stairwell glow from the nursery night light above. I slammed the door, turned the deadbolt, and hooked the chain. Mara carried Lucy into the front room and set the car seat on the rug beside the couch. I turned on every lamp I could reach. The living room appeared in pieces. Couch, laundry pile, stack of baby books, Mara's nursing pillow, the coffee table with 2 cold mugs, and a roll of painter's tape from a project we'd abandoned before Lucy was born. My phone, still connected to the live feed, chirped. Motion detected. I looked despite myself. The nursery camera showed the window. The latch was moving, not opening, not yet, just lifting a fraction, then dropping, then lifting again, carefully, patiently, as if someone outside was testing how old the lock was and whether fear had made us forget to check it. From upstairs came a real sound, not through the phone. A small metallic scrape. Mara heard it too. She lifted Lucy from the car seat, pressing the baby to her chest with one arm while grabbing the fireplace poker with the other. The police were still minutes away. The front door was locked. The car was dead. The baby needed feeding. Someone was at the nursery window. And the monitor app, bright in my shaking hand, began playing live audio without me touching it. That same soft voice whispered through the phone speaker. "Say Dada." The voice came out of my phone like it had been waiting for the right room. Say Dada, not loud, not theatrical, just soft enough to make us lean toward it before our bodies understood what our brains had already caught. Mara lifted the fireplace poker higher. Lucy pressed tight against her shoulder. The baby had gone quiet for one awful second, the way babies sometimes do before a bigger cry, mouth open, face pinched, air gathering. Then she screamed. The sound snapped us back into ourselves. I hit the phone's side button. The screen went black. The voice cut off. From upstairs came another scrape. Metal against painted wood. The nursery was directly above the kitchen extension, which jutted from the back of the house like a low box. If someone was on that roof, they were level with Lucy's window. The front room where we stood was at the opposite end of the house, facing the street. Between us and the back were the narrow dining room and kitchen, both dark except for the white glare of the floodlight outside. The stairs rose from the middle hallway to the second floor. The nursery door was open up there. Our bedroom door was open too. Every open doorway suddenly felt like a mistake I had made personally. "Move the couch," Mara said. "What?" "Against the stairs. That won't stop anyone. It slows them." She was already shifting Lucy into the crook of one arm and trying to drag the coffee table with the other. The fireplace poker clattered onto the rug. I grabbed the other end of the table and shoved it toward the hallway. A mug tipped and rolled off, spilling cold coffee across the floorboards. The smell hit me, bitter and stale. We moved the table sideways until it wedged between the wall and the bottom newel post. It looked pathetic. We moved the armchair next, scraping its wooden legs over the floor. A sound so loud I expected the person upstairs to hurry. Nothing happened. No footsteps. No broken glass. Just the soft, mechanical hush of Lucy's white noise machine leaking down the stairwell from the nursery. Mara said, "Police." I checked my phone. No call. No text. The screen showed 4 missed monitor alerts stacked under the 911 call log. "I'll call again." "Use speaker." I dialed while grabbing the flashlight from the couch. The beam shook across the room, catching the stroller folded near the front window, a pile of unopened diapers, the framed print we bought at a flea market because we thought becoming parents meant owning art. The dispatcher answered. Not the same woman, or maybe the same woman with a different mask on her voice. I told her someone was at the second floor rear window, and the latch was moving. "Are you able to exit the residence safely?" she asked. "Our car's dead. We have an infant. Can you enter a neighboring residence?" "No, we're inside now. Front door locked. We're on the first floor." "Stay where you are if it is safe to do so." "Officers are responding." Mara leaned close to the phone. "How far?" "Ma'am, officers are responding." That phrase again. Responding. Floating somewhere between help and absence. A thump hit the house from the back. Mara flinched so hard Lucy started crying again. I turned toward the kitchen. The thump came again. Heavier. Not the nursery window. Lower, back door. "Is someone trying to enter?" the dispatcher asked. "I don't know." Mara stared at me. I corrected myself fast. "There is repeated impact at the rear door. Do not approach." But if someone was at the back door and someone else was at the nursery window, that meant either two people or one person moving too quickly around a property. I thought I knew. Our yard was a postage stamp of concrete behind the kitchen. A chain link gate opened into the service alley that ran behind the row houses. Above that yard, the flat kitchen roof sat below Lucy's window. From the roof, a person could climb down to the yard if they were careful or reckless. From the yard, they could try the back door. From the alley, they could disappear. The map formed in my head, cruelly neat. Front room, dining room, kitchen, back door, stairs in the middle, nursery above the kitchen. We were in the only part of the house farthest from both points of pressure. For now, another thump, then a rattling at the back door knob. Mara whispered, "No." I ended the call by accident while trying to switch hands. My thumb slipped on the damp screen, and suddenly the dispatcher was gone. I cursed and dialed again, but the phone hesitated, searching, then flashed one bar. The Wi-Fi was still connected. Cellular was poor inside our brick house. Of course it was. I had complained about it for months and never called the carrier. "Dan," Mara said, "I'm calling." "Not going through." "It will, Dan." The phone rang once, then failed. Attempt 1, call for help and wait like normal people. Partial success. Police knew. Police were coming. But the connection failed right when the house started making real entry sounds. I wanted to throw the phone through the wall. Instead, I opened the monitor app because my worst instincts were still technical. If I could see the nursery, I could know if the window was open. If I could know, I could decide. The app loaded. Spinning circle. Spinning circle. Then a message appeared. Camera offline. "No," I said. Mara saw the screen. "What does that mean?" "Power, Wi-Fi. Someone unplugged it, or the app dropped. Unplugged it. I don't know." She made a sharp, humorless sound. "You keep saying that." A crack came from upstairs. Not glass shattering. Smaller. Wood shifting under pressure. The coffee table barricade suddenly looked like a child's drawing of safety. "We need to know if the window is open," I said. "No upstairs. If the camera is offline, we're blind. We are not going upstairs. We can check from outside across the street." Mara looked toward the front window. "With Lucy?" "No, you stay here. I step onto the stoop, look up, come back in." "No, I won't leave the steps." "You said you wouldn't check the back either." "That's not the back. It's leaving us." Her voice cracked on the last word, and it hit harder than anger. Lucy was shuddering between sobs now, her tiny body working too hard. Mara's face looked pale and damp in the lamplight. Hair stuck to her temples, one hand cramped around the poker. I took 2 breaths through my nose. The room smelled of coffee, wet wool from the blanket, and the sour edge of baby spit up. "Okay," I said, "we don't split up." Another thump at the back door, this time followed by a voice outside. Male, muffled. "Hello," Mara and I froze. The voice came again from the back of the house. "Police." For one bright, stupid second, relief broke open in me so fast it almost hurt. Mara lowered the poker half an inch. Then I remembered Officer Keene had told us they were 8 minutes out less than 2 minutes ago. Maybe time had stretched. Maybe they'd sped up. Maybe there were units nearby. "Philadelphia police," the voice called from the back. "Open the door," Mara whispered. "Why would they be at the back?" I didn't answer. The voice pounded again. "Sir, ma'am, open up." It sounded wrong, but not because it was obviously fake. It sounded wrong because it was too close to the kitchen door and not close enough to the front. A real officer would come to the front of a row house first, unless they had entered the alley, unless they saw someone in back, unless dispatch sent them around. Explanations stacked up and collapsed. I edged toward the dining room, flashlight in one hand, phone in the other. Mara hissed, "Daniel, I'm not opening it." From the front room, I could see through the dining room into the kitchen. The back door was at the far end, its roller shade still mostly down. The floodlight outside made the shade glow. At the bottom gap, I could see boots. Black boots on the concrete step. One pair. Then the person outside shifted, and I saw the edge of dark pants. "Open the door," the voice said. "We need to check the child." That sentence emptied the relief out of me. Check the child, not check on you. Not, is anyone hurt? Not come to the front. Check the child. Mara heard it too. Her face changed into something hard. I backed away. The voice knocked again, less patient now. "Mr. Mercer, open the door," my name. I had given my name to dispatch. Someone could have heard on a scanner. Someone could have heard me outside. Someone could have known before tonight. My phone vibrated in my hand. Unknown number. I answered without speaking. Officer Keene's voice said, "Mr. Mercer, where are you?" I nearly sagged. "Inside. First floor." "Good, we are turning onto your block now. Do not open any doors." The man at the back door knocked again. I looked at Mara. She mouthed, "Not police." I whispered into the phone, "Someone S at the back door saying they're police." Keene's voice changed. Not louder, tighter. "Do not engage. Move away from the rear of the house." "Are you able to see the front street?" "Yes. You should see our lights in less than a minute." The boots at the back door shifted. A hand came down into the gap under the shade, fingers pale in the floodlight, holding something flat and white. A card slid under the door. It moved across the kitchen tile and stopped near the mat. Then the boots vanished. For a second, nobody moved. Attempt 2, verify the threat without opening the door. Partial success. The real police were not yet there, and the person at the back door had used Daniel's name and asked for Lucy. The trap tightened, because whoever it was knew enough to imitate rescue. Mara said, "What did they put inside?" "Don't touch it." "I'm not going to touch it. It could have prints. It could have an address. It could be bait." We were whispering fiercely like the person outside might be standing with an ear against the brick. The front window flashed blue. Once, twice. Real lights. A police SUV rolled up crooked in front of our house, followed by another car half a block down. The sight of them should have fixed everything. Instead, the back of my neck prickled because the timing was too close. The false officer had disappeared seconds before the real ones arrived. Officer Keene stayed on the phone. "Is that you in the front window?" "Yes, keep your hands visible. Officers are approaching your front door." I told Mara, "Real police, front." She didn't move from Lucy. 2 officers came up the steps. One tall white man in his 40s with a shaved head and square shoulders. One black woman, maybe late 20s, compact and alert, one hand near her belt while her eyes moved over our windows and the sidewalk behind her. Officer Mark Keene, 46, male, was the shaved-headed officer on the phone, calm in the practiced, clipped way of someone trying to keep a scene from growing teeth. Officer Elena Brooks, 29, female, stood slightly behind him and to the side, watching the block instead of us, which made me trust her more than if she'd stared through the glass. Opened the front door with the chain still on. Keene showed his badge through the gap. "Mr. Mercer?" "Yes, we're going to come inside and clear the residence." "Is anyone else in the house besides you, your wife, and your child?" "No. Any weapons?" "My wife has a fireplace poker." Mara called from behind me, "And I'm keeping it until you're inside." Brooks said, "That's fine, ma'am. Just keep it pointed down." I unhooked the chain. The officers entered quickly, bringing cold air and rain smell with them. He asked us to stay in the front room. Brooks moved to the dining room, flashlight out. Keene followed her line of sight and saw the card on the kitchen floor. "What's that?" he asked. "Someone slid it under the back door," I said. "They said they were police." Keene's jaw worked once. "Brooks, I see it," she said. "They cleared the first floor first. Front closet, dining room, kitchen, basement door, which opened onto steep wooden stairs and a smell of damp concrete and old paint. Then they went upstairs. Those next 90 seconds were some of the longest of my life. I stood at the base of the stairs with Mara behind me, though Keene had told us to stay in the front room. Lucy sucked weakly at a pacifier, exhausted into hiccups. Above us, floorboards creaked. Flashlight beams moved along the ceiling. Brooks called, "Nursery clear." Then, "Primary bedroom clear." Then, after a pause long enough to make my knees feel unreliable, "Window secure, secure. Not open, not broken." Keene came down holding the nursery camera in a gloved hand. The cord dangled. "Found this unplugged behind the crib," he said. Mara made a small sound. "Behind the crib?" "Yes, ma'am. I checked the crib. The cord's behind the dresser. She couldn't reach that." Keene looked at me. "She's 3 months old," I said. "No chance." Brooks came down behind him. "Window latch is locked. No signs of forced entry upstairs. No one in the closets. No one under beds." "What about the roof?" Mara asked. We looked from the window. Didn't see anyone. "We'll check the rear from outside." "No," Mara said quickly. "Someone was there." Brooks's expression softened, but her posture didn't. "We believe you. We're going to check." Keene looked at the coffee table wedged by the stairs, then at Lucy, then back at me. "Show me the recordings." I did. We played the clips in the front room while Brooks went out the front and around toward the alley with another officer who had arrived outside. Keene listened without interrupting. His face did not change at "Say Mama." It did not change at "Good Girl." But at "Again Tomorrow," his eyes flicked toward Lucy. "Can you export these?" he asked. "Yes, do it now." That helped. A command I could follow. My hands shook so badly I mistyped my email address twice. While I exported the recordings, Mara fed Lucy on the couch from the bottle I'd abandoned and retrieved from the diaper bag. The baby drank greedily for a few seconds, then slowed, eyelids fluttering. Mara's hand trembled against the bottle. A red mark had appeared on her palm from gripping the poker. Keen crouched near the kitchen doorway and looked at the white card without touching it. "This yours?" No, it had landed face up. From where I stood, I could see printed letters. Lucy Mercer, speech practice below that were 3 checkboxes. "Mama Dada again tomorrow." Mara saw it over my shoulder and whispered, "Oh God." Keen said, "Don't step closer." The misdirection came then, sharp and humiliating. Something crashed upstairs. Mara screamed. Keen drew his weapon and moved to the stairwell. I grabbed the flashlight and almost followed, but he barked, "Stay down." Brooks's voice crackled over his radio from outside. "What was that?" "Unknown upstairs," Keen said. Lucy woke and wailed, milk spilling down her chin. Mara pulled her close, rocking too fast, whispering, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Keen went up the stairs with his gun angled low. Every sound in the house became enormous. His boots, the creak at the landing, a door hinge, my own pulse in my ears, not poetic, just physical, a pounding pressure behind my jaw. Then Keen called down, "It's okay, okay." He came back carrying the old flower pot from outside the nursery window. It had shattered on the nursery floor, spilling dry soil and cigarette butts across the rug. "Wind must have tipped it from the outer sill when Brooks checked the roofline," he said, though his face said he didn't fully like that explanation either. Window was unlocked from the inner sash enough for vibration to move it. "No," Mara said. "We checked it. Twice." I looked at the pot. I remembered it outside on the kitchen extension roof, abandoned by the previous owners. I had seen it from the nursery window earlier. Now it was inside. The misdirection had an explanation. A falling pot, not an attacker bursting from upstairs. Realistic, stupid, terrifying anyway. But the explanation didn't explain how it got past a closed window. Brooks returned through the front door wet with mist. No one in the rear yard or alley. Gate latch is open. There are fresh scuff marks on the kitchen roof near the satellite dish. Keen looked at her. Prints. Too wet. But somebody was up there. Mara closed her eyes. There it was. Proof. Not enough proof to fix anything. Just enough to make denial impossible. Then Brooks held up a clear evidence bag. Inside was a small black device, about the size of a matchbox, with a strip of tape stuck to one side. "Found this under the lip of the nursery window frame outside," she said. "Looks like a wireless mic or transmitter." My mouth went dry. I knew enough electronics to recognize the cheap kind. Not military. Not spy movie sleek. The sort of thing you could order online and hide badly if you didn't need it to stay hidden forever. "So the monitor wasn't hacked?" Mara asked. "Maybe not," I said. "Maybe it was picking up nearby audio. Or someone used that to feed sound close to the camera, or record us." "Record us," Mara said. Keen said, We'll have detectives look at it. But I saw the shape of the night changing. It was no longer a glitch, not a misunderstanding, not only a voice through an app. Someone had physically accessed the roof outside Lucy's room, unplugged the nursery camera from inside or through the window somehow, left a card under our door, entered our car, and planted a device. This was planning. This was not random. Brooks's radio crackled. Another officer outside said something I couldn't make out. She answered, then turned to Keen. "The Subaru," she said, "rear door open, contents disturbed. Also, there's something written on the inside of the rear window." My stomach sank. We went to the front window together, Keen allowing it because officers were outside now, and the street was lit blue and red. From our front room, I could see the Subaru down the block. An officer shone a flashlight through the rear passenger glass. On the inside fogged surface, written backward from where we stood but readable in the flashlight glare, were 3 words traced by a finger. "She listens while Mara made a wounded sound and turned Lucy's face into her shoulder, as if the baby might read it." Keen said, "You mentioned a relative in New Jersey." "My sister," Mara said quickly. "Tessa, we can have an officer escort you there once we finish taking your statement." "No," Brooks said. Everyone looked at her. She was staring at my phone. It had lit up again. Not the baby monitor app this time. A text from an unknown number. There was no message, just a photo. In the photo, Mara and I stood in our front room with the officers, taken from above and behind us through the stairwell angle. Lucy was visible in Mara's arms. The timestamp on the photo was 3:22 a.m. current. Inside the house. No one spoke for a second. Then, from the second floor, the nursery camera unplugged in Keen's gloved hand gave a single clear chirp. My phone buzzed again. Motion detected, primary bedroom. Keen looked at the camera in his hand. Brooks looked up the stairs. Mara whispered, "You said the house was clear." The point of no return arrived without drama. No broken door. No scream from outside. Just the knowledge that clearing the house had failed, that leaving had failed, that calling police had only brought us witnesses to something already inside our walls, or watching from a place none of us had checked. From above us, in our bedroom, something heavy slid across the floor, blocking the door. The sound upstairs was not loud enough to be a crash. That made it worse. A crash would have meant panic. A dropped chair, a body hitting a wall, someone moving fast because the police had startled them. This was controlled. Heavy wood dragging over old floorboards. A slow scrape from our bedroom, front of the house, directly above the room where Mara stood with Lucy tucked under her chin. Officer Brooks raised one hand, palm out. Nobody moved. Keen held the unplugged nursery camera in his gloved hand like it had become evidence and accusation at once. His other hand hovered near his holster. Little black camera, dead a second ago, gave another faint chirp. My phone vibrated. Motion detected, primary bedroom. Then another notification stacked on top of it. Audio event detected, primary bedroom. Your system has another camera, Brooks asked. No, I said. No, just the nursery. Think, I am thinking. Mara's voice came thin from behind me. We don't have one in our bedroom. Keen looked up the stairs. Everyone stay on the first floor. The heavy scraping stopped. A soft thud followed. Then silence. Real silence this time, not dramatic, not empty. The house still had sounds inside it. Lucy's uneven breaths, the police radio clicking on Brooks's shoulder, the radiator pipe ticking as it cooled, rain hitting the front stoop. But whatever had been moving upstairs had paused, and that pause held the shape of listening. Keen spoke into his radio. Possible suspect still inside. Need additional units, rear containment, and supervisor. Infant in residence. Possible surveillance devices. The radio answered in clipped fragments. Mara whispered, "We can go out the front now." Brooks said, "Not yet." "Why not?" "Because if someone is upstairs and someone else is outside watching, we don't know what you're walking into. I am holding my baby in the same house as him. I understand." "No, you don't." Brooks did not argue. She moved to the front window, angled herself so she could see the street without standing square in the glass. Keen stepped toward the stairs. I said, "Wait." Both officers looked at me. It came out too loud. Lucy flinched. I lowered my voice. "The photo." It was from above and behind us. Keen said, "Could be from the stairs." "No." I pointed without thinking, mapping the angle in the air. "The photo showed your shoulder, the couch, Mara from the back, and part of the ceiling fan. From the stairs, you'd get the side of the couch, not the top. It was higher, like from the vent." "The vent?" Brooks asked. Our house had one of those useless old return vents above the living room doorway. A rectangular metal grate painted over so many times the edges looked melted. Behind it was a dead chase from when the house had forced air heat decades before, now mostly blocked, or so the inspector had said. I had never opened it. I had never thought about it. It was one of those old house features you stop seeing. I pointed to it. The grate sat above the archway between the front room and dining room. High, dark slits, angled perfectly down toward where we had been standing. Keen stared at it. The grate made a tiny sound, not a scrape, a click, like plastic shifting against metal. Brooks lifted her flashlight. In the beam, behind the painted slats, something reflected. A lens, small, round, watching. Mara made a sound that was not a scream because she had no room left for one. She turned Lucy away from it, shielding the baby's face with her own body. Keen said, "Everybody down." The grate popped outward. Something black dropped from it, hit the floor, and skittered beneath the coffee table barricade. Brooks kicked it away before anyone could touch it. Another camera, smaller than the nursery unit. A cheap cube with a battery pack taped to its back. From upstairs, a man laughed once. Not loud, not wild, just a short, disappointed breath of amusement. Keen's gun came up. "Police, come out now." No answer. Then, from my phone speaker, the woman's voice returned. "Good girl, Lucy." Mara grabbed the phone out of my hand and threw it. It hit the wall by the front window and cracked against the baseboard. The screen flashed once, then went dark. For 1/2 second, that felt good. Then Lucy began crying again, and the house answered. Not the woman, not a voice, a baby crying from upstairs. It was Lucy's cry exactly. Same pitch, same wet hiccup, same angry little catch at the end. Mara looked down at the real Lucy in her arms, who was crying too. And for a horrible moment, the two cries overlapped until it sounded like we had twins in two different parts of the house. That's recorded, I said. My mouth had gone dry. It's a recording. They recorded her. The upstairs cry cut off. A man's voice called. She learns fast. Keen moved up 3 steps. Brooks said, "Mark, I've got angle." "No, you don't." She was right. The stairwell in our house went up 6 steps, turned at a small landing, then climbed the rest of the way to the 2nd floor. Anyone at the top had the advantage. Anyone in our bedroom could aim down through the railing gaps or shove something over. Keen stopped before the turn. The man upstairs said, "I don't want the cops. I want Daniel." My name, spoken from my own hallway. Mara clutched Lucy so tightly the baby squealed, and she loosened immediately, whispering, "Sorry, sorry." Keen said, "You're talking to me." "No," the voice shifted, closer now to the top of the stairs. Adult male, mid-30s maybe. Calm in the way men get when they have rehearsed themselves into believing calm equals control. Daniel knows cameras. Daniel knows sound. Daniel knows how easy it is to miss what's right beside you. I could feel Brooks looking at me. "I don't know him," I said. The man laughed again, but there was strain in it. "You don't remember me," I searched the voice. Nothing fixed. There are hundreds of men's voices in a school district if you work there long enough. Teachers, parents, contractors. Students grown taller than you expected when they came back to visit. My mind threw up faces and discarded them. "Who are you?" I called. Keen hissed, "Don't engage." But the man answered, "Evan." The name landed without a face. Then it found one. Evan Rourke, 36, male, had been a substitute technology aide at the high school where I worked. A soft-spoken guy with bad posture and an over-careful smile. He lasted 3 months. He was the kind of coworker you barely register until after something goes wrong, and everyone starts saying they always felt something was off. He had fixed microphones for assemblies, installed cameras for remote classrooms during the pandemic, and once got into an argument with me over whether classroom webcams should be disabled by default. I had reported him after finding a hidden audio recorder in the media lab near the student equipment checkout. He claimed he was testing it. The district told him not to come back. I had not thought about him in almost 2 years. Mara stared at me. "You know him?" "Barely." From upstairs, Evan said, "Barely, that's funny." Brooks whispered, "Full name." "Evan Rourke," I said, "former school tech contractor. He knows AV equipment." Keen relayed it into the radio. Evan heard enough to understand. "Don't make me leave before she finishes," Mara said, loud and shaking. "She is a baby, you sick freak." There was a pause. When Evan spoke again, the softness had peeled off. "She hears better than you do." A thump came from upstairs, then another. He was moving something. Keen looked toward the ceiling, tracking the sound. "Bedroom door?" "No," I said. "That's the crib." Everyone turned toward me. "The nursery is over the kitchen. That sound is farther back. He's in Lucy's room." But motion said primary bedroom, Brooks said. He spoofed it, or the hidden camera labeled itself wrong. I don't know. The phrase nearly choked me. I had said "I don't know" too many times that night. Each time it had cost us seconds. I forced myself to continue. The nursery window opens onto the kitchen roof. If he's in there, he could go back out the window. Or he came in that way. Brooks said, "Keen rear containment." Still setting, not enough. Evan had planned the house better than the police knew it. He had chosen the roof, the back door, the car, the vent. He had watched where we stood. He had understood our delays. He knew I would explain before I acted. Mara shifted Lucy. The baby's crying had weakened into hoarse little pulls of air. She needs to breathe easier, Mara said. She's okay, I said automatically. Mara's eyes flashed. Don't, and I stopped, because she was not okay. None of us were. Lucy's nose was clogged from crying, her face red and damp, her little chest working fast against Mara's shirt. She had been hungry, cold, frightened by our movement and noise. Not dying, not okay. Evan called down, Daniel, come up alone or I open the window. Keen said, you are not going up. Evan said, then I go out. You don't catch me, and I keep the backups. Backups. The word made the room tilt. Mara whispered, what backups? Videos, audio, photos of Lucy sleeping, of us in bedrooms, of feedings, of Mara half-dressed at 3 a.m, of everything private a camera can steal when parents believe a closed door means something. Brooks's jaw tightened. He wants you separated. That's the play. I know. But I also knew what the kitchen roof looked like when wet. Tar paper, shallow slope, old satellite dish, low parapet only on one side. Evan could climb out the nursery window and drop to the extension roof. From there, down to the yard, through the open alley gate. If rear units were not in place, he could vanish between fences. Keen called up, Evan, listen to me. No one needs to get hurt. Evan answered, people already got hurt. Daniel made sure I couldn't work. I said, you hit a recorder near students. I tested equipment. You recorded kids. I tested equipment. The shout cracked through the house. Lucy startled. Mara rocked her, face twisted with fury and fear. The moment after Evan shouted, something upstairs beeped. 3 quick beeps. I knew that sound. A battery backup chirp. Not from our smoke detectors. Not from the baby monitor. From the small, uninterruptible power supply I kept under my desk in the bedroom for the router and modem. I had bought it after a storm knocked out our internet during Mara's pregnancy, and she missed a telehealth appointment. It could keep the Wi-Fi alive for maybe 40 minutes. Our router was upstairs in the bedroom. If Evan had access to the network through the router, or to a device plugged there, then the primary bedroom alert made sense. He had been in our room. He had moved the dresser against the door. He was using our own internet to keep watching. He's using the router, I said. Brooks looked at me. Can you kill it? The breaker box is in the basement. Will that kill Wi-Fi? The UPS will keep it alive. Where is the UPS? Bedroom, upstairs. Evan called, sing-song soft again, Daniel. I looked at the living room wall where my phone lay dead. I looked at Mara, Lucy, the great camera on the floor, Keen's gun, Brooks's flashlight, the coffee table barricade. Improvisation is not bravery. It is fear with no time to become a plan. The modem line, I said. Brooks asked. The coax. It comes into the house through the basement, runs up the wall chase. If I cut the cable in the basement, router stays on but internet drops. He loses remote feed, maybe alerts, maybe backups uploading. Maybe, Brooks said, maybe was all we had. Keen said basement access. Dining room, door beside the kitchen. Risk, back of the house, near rear door, Brooks said, I'll cover him. Mara grabbed my sleeve. No, if he loses the feeds, he loses leverage. He's upstairs, and we're downstairs. He wants you. I'm not going to him. Her fingers dug into my wrist. Her nails hurt. It helped, weirdly, made me present. I said, quieter, you were right. I keep waiting until everything makes sense. It isn't going to. Mara's face folded for half a second. Then she let go. Don't make me explain to her that you died over Wi-Fi, she said. I won't. That was a promise I had no right to make. Brooks moved with me through the dining room. Keen stayed at the stairs. The back door still glowed with floodlight through the shade. The white card sat on the kitchen floor in its terrible neatness. The basement door was just before the kitchen, narrow and painted white, the knob loose. Brooks opened it with her left hand, gun angled down in her right. Damp air breathed up from below. The basement steps were steep and unfinished. A pull string bulb hung at the bottom, but I didn't turn it on until Brooks nodded. Light flickered over concrete, storage bins, old paint cans, the furnace, and the thick black coax cable stapled along the front wall before disappearing upward. I went down fast. Too fast. My slipper hit dust on the third step. My foot slid. My elbow slammed the wall, then my shin caught the stair edge hard enough to send a white burst through my leg. Daniel, Brooks whispered sharply. I'm fine. I was. Pain crawled up my shin. My elbow buzzed numb. But I kept moving because stopping would make me understand the hurt. The cable was where I remembered, bundled beside old phone wires. I grabbed a pair of rusted tin snips from the tool shelf. Too dull. Of course they were too dull. I tried anyway. The coax flattened, but did not cut. Above us, Keen shouted, "Police! Stay where you are." Then a gunshot cracked inside my house. One shot. Mara screamed. I almost dropped the snips. Brooks turned toward the stairs, torn between me and the shot. Her radio exploded with voices. Go, I said. Cut it. She ran up. I tried the snips again. Nothing. The cable's rubber jacket mashed and twisted. My hands shook uselessly. I saw my old AV tool bag on a shelf by the furnace, where I had dumped it months ago after fixing a speaker at school. Inside was a coax compression tool, wire cutters, crimpers. My fingers found the cutters by feel. Upstairs, another shot. Then Keen's voice, strained. Hands. Let me see your hands. Mara was crying, Lucy too. A man yelled something I couldn't understand. I bit down so hard my jaw hurt and closed the cutters on the coax. It took 2 tries. On the second, the cable snapped. A tiny copper needle showed in the severed end. The house did not go dark. No dramatic shutdown. The furnace still hummed. The bulb still burned. But above me, the overlapping monitor chirps stopped. All at once. I ran upstairs, half falling, shins screaming. The dining room was empty. The front room was chaos. Mara was crouched behind the couch with Lucy under her body. Brooke stood over her, one hand pressed to her own upper arm, blood leaking between her fingers. Keen was at the stairs, gun up, face tight. There was a hole in the wall above the stairwell. Drywall dust floated. He fired through the railing, Brooks said through clenched teeth. Grazed me. Evan had a gun, not a movie gun, not a monster's weapon. A compact black handgun held by a bitter man who knew our house better than he should have. Keen said, he's moving to the nursery window. I could hear it now. Fast movement overhead. A window shoved. Rain louder, the scrape of the sash. If Evan got out, he took whatever devices he carried. Whatever backups he had already saved. He could come back. Not tonight, maybe. Later. The thought was not heroic. It was primitive. I grabbed the fireplace poker from the rug. Mara said, "Dan, no." I didn't go upstairs. I ran to the kitchen. The back door opened to the yard. I remembered what the dispatcher had said. Do not go into the alley. Do not approach the rear. Every reasonable instruction in the world lined up behind me and watched me break one. I unlocked the back door and stepped out into rain. The concrete yard was slick under my slippers. The floodlight made everything too bright. Trash cans, chain link gate hanging open, brick walls shining wet. Above me, the kitchen extension roof projected from the house, maybe 10 feet up. The nursery window was open. Evan was halfway out of it. He was thinner than I remembered, hair plastered to his forehead, one leg already on the roof, a backpack slung across his chest. His face turned down toward me. For 1 second, we looked at each other. He looked ordinary. That almost undid me. Not a shadow, not a nightmare. A man with tired eyes and a patchy beard, soaked by rain, breathing hard. Then he raised the gun. I moved sideways. The shot hit the brick near my shoulder with a flat crack and a spray of grit. Something hot or sharp nicked my cheek. I didn't feel pain yet, just impact. I threw the fireplace poker. It was a terrible throw. Too high. It clanged off the old satellite dish with a huge metallic bong that startled both of us. The dish twisted on its rusted mount, then tore loose. Evan ducked. His foot slipped on the wet tar. He dropped the gun. It skidded down the shallow slope toward the roof edge. He lunged after it. I don't know if he meant to jump down or recover it, or just keep from falling. His hand caught the abandoned flower pot's old saucer, which slid with him. He slammed onto his side and hit the satellite dish mount with a sound I still hear sometimes when a car hits a pothole. Bone against metal. He yelled, high and shocked. Brooks appeared at the kitchen door behind me, injured arm held tight, weapon raised in her other hand. Don't move. Evan moved anyway. He reached for the gun, fingers scraping wet roof. Keen appeared at the nursery window above, framed in blue night light and rain, gun trained down. Evan, stop. Evan's hand closed on the gun. Brooks fired. One shot. Evan jerked, rolled, and slid hard against the low roof edge, the gun dropping from his hand into the yard. It hit the concrete 3 feet from me and spun once. I stared at it. Brooks shouted, "Kick it away." I did. My foot connected badly, pain flashing up my injured shin. But the gun skidded under the trash cans. Evan lay on the roof, making a wet, broken sound. Not dead. Not okay. His right shoulder or upper chest darkened under the rain. He tried to push himself up and failed. Within seconds, the alley filled with officers. Real ones this time. Hands grabbed me and pulled me back inside. Someone shoved me against the kitchen counter. Someone asked if I was hit. I touched my cheek and my fingers came away red, but not much. Brick or bullet fragment. I didn't know. Mara was in the front room on the floor. Lucy clutched to her, both of them crying. I went to them and almost fell when my bad shin buckled. Mara saw the blood on my face and made a sound that hurt worse than the cut. "I'm okay," I said. She slapped my shoulder with her free hand. Not hard, desperate. "Don't say that." So I didn't. Brooks sat on the couch while another officer wrapped her arm. Her face had gone gray, but she was awake. Keene came down the stairs with Evan's backpack in one hand and his expression locked down. "What's in it?" I asked. Keene did not answer at first. Then he set it on the coffee table. Inside were zip ties, a small pry tool, 2 battery cameras, a compact audio transmitter, a printed floor plan of our row house from an old real estate listing, and a folder with photos. Our house, our car, Mara carrying Lucy from the pediatrician, me leaving for work, the nursery window from the kitchen roof. There was also a laminated badge on a lanyard with the logo of a home internet contractor we had used 6 weeks earlier when our connection kept dropping after Lucy came home. Evan had not hacked his way into our lives from nowhere. We had let him in wearing a service badge. Mara sank onto the couch as if her legs had stopped belonging to her. Lucy whimpered against her chest, exhausted past crying. Keene said, "He's alive. EMS is treating him." I nodded, but the information slid over me without landing. The conflict had resolved in the bluntest possible way. Evan was caught, wounded, surrounded by police, his gun kicked under our trash cans, his devices bagged on our coffee table. He was not on the roof anymore. He was not at the window. He would not whisper through the monitor again tonight. But our house did not feel returned to us. The nursery upstairs had an open window and police tape beginning to flap at the door. Our car sat dead down the block with words still written where Lucy would have ridden. Brooks bled into a bandage on our couch. My cheek burned. My shin throbbed. Mara would not let go of Lucy, even when the paramedic asked to check the baby's breathing. And on the floor by the wall, my broken phone lit once more, cracked screen glowing in a spiderweb pattern. No internet, no monitor feed, no app chirp, just a saved notification that had failed to send before the line cut. Audio event detected, nursery. Timestamp, 3:07 a.m. a minute before Evan had been at the window. By sunrise, our house had become a place other people moved through in gloves. That was the first thing I remember clearly after the roof, after the gunshots, after the paramedic dabbed at my cheek with gauze and asked me to follow his finger with my eyes. Not Evan being loaded onto the stretcher. Not the rain easing into a gray mist over the alley. It was the gloves. Blue nitrile on hands opening our drawers, touching our banister, lifting Lucy's white noise machine, peeling tape from the underside of the changing table like they were removing a bandage from skin. I sat on the edge of the ambulance with one pant leg cut up to my knee. My shin had swollen into a hard, ugly ridge where I'd slammed it on the basement stairs. The EMT told me it might be a bone bruise, maybe a hairline fracture, and I should get an X-ray. He said it gently, the way people speak when they already know you are going to refuse, unless someone makes you. Mara stood 10 feet away with Lucy zipped inside her coat against her chest. She would not put her down. Lucy had finally stopped crying. That should have made me feel better, but her quiet was so complete, it scared me in a different way. Her face was turned against Mara's sweatshirt, one cheek red, her tiny mouth relaxed open. Every few seconds, Mara dipped her chin to feel Lucy's breath against her neck. Officer Brooks had been taken in another ambulance first. She had walked to it. That mattered. She was pale, jaw tight, but walking. When they lifted her sleeve, I saw the wound was a long tear high on her arm, bleeding through the first bandage, but not deep enough, they said, to threaten anything major. Grazed. A clean word for an ugly thing. Evan left under a plastic oxygen mask, wrists restrained to the stretcher despite the blood soaking his shirt. His eyes were open when they rolled him past the back gate. He looked at me once, not at Mara, not at Lucy, at me. There was no triumph in it, no movie villain's smile, no final threat. He looked tired and annoyed, like the night had ended earlier than he'd planned, and someone else was to blame. Then an officer stepped between us, and Evan disappeared into the ambulance. Mara didn't watch him go. Detective Helen Carver, 49, female, arrived around 5:20 a.m., wearing a dark coat over plain clothes and carrying a paper cup of coffee that had gone untouched long enough to stop steaming. She had a lined face, gray blonde hair pulled back, and the practical patience of someone used to walking into homes after the worst part had already happened. She introduced herself to us in the front room, where the coffee table was still shoved crooked near the stairs, and my broken phone lay in an evidence bag. "I know you've already told officers what happened," she said, "but I need you to walk me through it again, slowly." Mara laughed once. It wasn't humor. It was the sound a person makes when asked to perform a task while still holding the thing they nearly lost. Detective Carver didn't flinch. "I'm sorry. I know." So we told it again. The first voice, the bathroom recordings, the tap at the back door, the car, the false officer, the card, the hidden device under the nursery window, the vent camera, Evan's name coming down the stairs, the basement cable, the roof. I watched Carver's pen move across her notebook. Small, steady strokes, evidence becoming sentences. When I got to Evan saying he wanted me, Mara interrupted. "You need to write down that he knew Lucy's name." Carver looked up. "I have that." "And that he asked to check the child at the back door." "I have that too." "And that he worked for the internet company." "We're verifying that." "No," Mara said, too sharp. Lucy stirred against her. Mara lowered her voice without softening it. "He had their badge. He had been in this house. We called because the internet kept dropping after we brought Lucy home, and a technician came. Daniel was at work. I let him in." Her face changed when she said that. Not guilt exactly. Something worse because it had nowhere fair to go. I said, "You couldn't have known." She didn't look at me. "I made him coffee." Detective Carver wrote that down. The home internet company confirmed later that day that Evan Rourke had been a subcontractor under a regional service vendor for less than 2 months. He had passed a background check because he had no convictions. He was supposed to work with a partner on in-home visits. On our appointment, the partner called in sick. The dispatcher sent Evan alone because they were overbooked, and because procedures become suggestions when customers are angry and the schedule is full. That was one of the legal phrases that kept coming up after. Procedure failure. It sounded clean, almost boring. A failure of procedure had worn boot covers in our hallway, complemented our baby's nursery curtains, and hidden a camera in a dead wall chase. At the hospital, they X-rayed my leg and washed my cheek. The cut was shallow, more scrape than slice, from brick fragments when the bullet struck the wall behind me. My shin wasn't broken. The doctor said I'd limp for a while and gave me a brace I hated immediately. Lucy was checked in the pediatric ER because Mara insisted, and because no one wanted to argue with a mother who had just handed detectives a bag of baby monitor recordings. Her oxygen was fine. Her lungs were clear. Her throat was irritated from crying. She drank 2 ounces of formula in the exam room, burped against Mara's shoulder, and slept like the world had done nothing strange at all. That offended me for reasons I could not explain. I wanted some sign on her that proved what had happened mattered. Then I hated myself for wanting that. Mara noticed me watching Lucy and said, "Don't." I didn't say anything. "You were thinking too loud." I nodded. We had become fluent in each other's worst habits by then. Tessa Lang, 35, female, Mara's older sister, arrived at the hospital around 8 with her hair wet from a rushed shower and her coat buttoned wrong. She lived in Cherry Hill with 2 kids, a Labrador, and the kind of guest room that always smelled faintly of laundry detergent and crayons. She hugged Mara with Lucy trapped carefully between them, then looked at me over Mara's shoulder. "What do you need?" I almost said nothing. Mara said, "Somewhere to sleep." Tessa nodded once. Done. We did not go home that day, or the next. Police took the baby monitor, the hidden cameras, the transmitter, the router, my broken phone, Evan's backpack, the card, the badge, the old satellite dish mount, and even the shattered flower pot pieces. They searched the house with a technician from the department's digital forensics unit and found 4 devices total: the vent camera in the front room, the transmitter under the nursery window frame, a battery camera taped behind the dresser in our bedroom facing the doorway, and a second microphone hidden inside the plastic shell of the old white noise machine. That one nearly undid Mara. She had touched it every night, moved it closer, turned it down, turned it up, told Lucy ocean time in that small mother voice she used when she thought no one was listening. Evan had been listening. He had not gotten everything uploaded. Cutting the coax had interrupted the connection from the router and kept at least one device from syncing to a cloud account he had set up under a fake name. But not all of it. Detectives found still images and short clips on his laptop and external drive when they searched his apartment in Port Richmond. Mostly our house, our routines. Lucy asleep, me leaving, Mara in the nursery, chair from the shoulders up, feeding Lucy at night. Carver told us that last detail with care. From the shoulders up, she repeated, as if narrowing the violation made it smaller. Mara asked, "Did he share them?" "We don't have evidence of distribution at this time." At this time. Another phrase that sounds like a closed door until you realize it is only a door someone is standing beside. Evan survived surgery, was charged with burglary, stalking, unlawful surveillance, impersonating a police officer, aggravated assault, weapons offenses, and a list of technology-related charges that grew as detectives found more. Because Officer Brooks was shot at and wounded, The case became larger than us. That helped in a bitter way. Systems respond faster when one of their own is bleeding. He refused to speak after asking for a lawyer. No confession. No explanation beyond the pieces he had shouted in our stairwell. Resentment over losing work. An obsession with proving I was careless. A fixation on teaching through audio loops and baby monitor. Prompts that made detectives use words like delusional without promising us they understood him. Mara wanted to attend every hearing. I wanted never to see him again. We compromised badly at first, which meant we fought in Tessa's laundry room while her dryer thumped behind us, and Lucy slept in a borrowed bassinet down the hall. Mara said she needed to look at him in a room where he was the one watched. I said I could not stand the idea of him turning his head and finding Lucy's mother in the gallery, another image to keep. You think not looking makes him disappear? She asked. No. Then what? I don't know. She put both hands over her face. I can't keep hearing that from you. So I stopped saying it when I meant I'm scared. That was harder than cutting the cable. We stayed with Tessa for 3 weeks. Her house was safe in all the ordinary suburban ways. Bright porch lights, neighbors who waved while rolling trash bins to the curb, a backyard fenced in white vinyl, a Ring camera Tessa offered to disable before Mara even asked. We slept in the guest room under a quilt with tiny blue flowers. Lucy's borrowed bassinet stood between the bed and the wall because Mara could not bear to have her more than arm's reach away. The first few nights, Mara slept sitting up with one hand on the bassinet rim. I pretended to sleep and watched the door. Every sound meant something for a while. The dog's nails clicking in the hallway, Tessa's refrigerator dropping ice, a delivery truck backing up with 3 small beeps, Lucy's soft, sleeping noises through the dark, especially those. Before, baby sounds had been work. Feed her, change her, rock her, burp her. Afterward, every little coo made both of us listen for another voice beneath it. We stopped using a monitor completely. That sounds simple until you have an infant and a house with more than one room. We took turns sitting near her naps. We left doors open. We moved like people living in 1989 because technology had become another person in the house, and we did not trust who it might invite in. When we finally returned to South Philadelphia, it was a Saturday afternoon with 2 locks changed, the router replaced, the dead vent sealed with plywood from the inside, and the nursery window screwed shut until a contractor could replace it. Detective Carver had cleared the house. A private security company had swept it too, because Mara did not trust the word clear anymore. Neither did I. The house looked smaller when we came back. Not damaged exactly, just exposed. Front room had a pale rectangle above the archway where the painted over vent cover used to be. The nursery rug was gone. The white noise machine was gone. The glider sat in the corner with one arm slightly darker, where evidence powder had been wiped away badly. The crib had been pulled from the wall and never pushed back. Mara stood in the nursery doorway holding Lucy and did not enter. I said, "We can set up in our room for a while." She nodded. "Or keep her at Tessa's another few days." "No," she swallowed. "If we never bring her back in, I'll never come back in either." So we brought Lucy in, not because we were brave, because rent and mortgage payments and jobs and pediatric appointments all continue after horror, dragging ordinary life behind them like cans tied to a car bumper. The first night home, Mara put Lucy in the bassinet beside our bed. I checked the windows, the locks, the back gate, the basement door, the kitchen roof from inside, the new plywood over the vent. Then I checked them again. Mara watched me from the bed. "My turn to be the crazy one?" I asked. She didn't smile. "No, your turn to be honest." So I sat on the edge of the bed and told her what I had not said clearly enough, that I had thought being calm would protect us from looking foolish, that I had mistaken explanations for action, that when danger first arrived as a voice through a speaker, I had wanted it to be anything except what it was, because the alternative required me to admit I had missed something in my own house. Mara listened, with Lucy asleep between us. Then she told me she kept replaying the internet appointment in her head. Evan standing in the nursery doorway with his tool bag. Evan saying the router would work better upstairs. Evan asking whether the baby was sleeping through the night yet. Her answering because new parents answer anything if someone sounds kind. "We were tired," I said. "We are still tired." "Yeah." She reached across the bassinet and took my hand. There was no big forgiveness scene. We did not become stronger in some clean, inspirational way. We became more careful, more irritable, more grateful in flashes that vanished as quickly as they came. Sometimes Mara snapped at me for leaving my phone near Lucy. Sometimes I snapped at her for checking the locks after I already had. Then one of us would stop, breathe, and say what we actually meant. "I'm afraid." That helped. Not enough, but it helped. The case took months to move. Evan's lawyer argued about mental health evaluations, evidence chains, whether recordings from our devices were admissible, whether the internet company shared liability. The company sent us a letter full of regret and no admission. Later, through attorneys, they sent a number. Mara said it felt like being paid for a stranger knowing the sound of our baby breathing. We still signed eventually, because trauma does not cancel hospital bills or therapy copies or the cost of replacing half your house's wiring. Officer Brooks came by once in plain clothes after her stitches were out. She was stiff with us, or maybe just careful, as if kindness might blur a professional line. Mara hugged her anyway. Brooks froze for half a second, then hugged back with one arm. Lucy grabbed at her necklace. Brooks laughed softly and said, "Strong grip." That was the first time I heard Mara laugh in our house again. Spring moved on. The city warmed. People on our block dragged planters onto stoops. Mrs. Alvarez came over with a roast con leche and apologized for not opening the window that night. She had seen us by the car, she said, but she thought we were having an argument and didn't want to embarrass us. Then she saw police lights and felt ashamed. Mara told her, "You didn't know." Mrs. Alvarez said, "That is what everybody says when they wish they had." We ate the rice pudding from the container with 2 spoons after she left. Lucy grew. That was the strangest part. She did not remain the baby from that night, red-faced and helpless in Mara's arms. She became a rounder, louder, grabby little person who slapped bathwater with both hands and laughed at the sound of tape being pulled from a box. She learned to roll, then to sit with pillows around her. She babbled strings of nonsense syllables at the ceiling fan and at the dog in the board book, and at me when I came home from work. The first time she said, "Mama," Mara cried so hard she had to leave the room. Lucy did not understand. She just bounced in her high chair, applesauce on her chin, pleased by the power of sound. Mara came back after a minute, wiped her face, and kissed the top of Lucy's head. "Say it when you want to," she whispered. "Not because anybody tells you." A few weeks later, Lucy said "Dada" while I was changing a diaper. Not during some golden moment. Not while I held her up in sunlight. She said it with one heel in poop and one hand trying to grab the wipes. I laughed, then couldn't stop. Then I had to sit on the floor. Ordinary reality returned in pieces, but some pieces never fit the way they had before. We use dumb cameras now, the kind not connected to Wi-Fi, and only when absolutely necessary. Our router lives in a locked cabinet. I check contractor IDs through the company's main number before anyone crosses the threshold. Mara keeps a folder with every report, every bill, every court notice, every printed email from Detective Carver. Records matter. She was right about that. I still teach AV at the high school. For a while, I could not walk into the media lab without looking at every shelf and cable run. The principal offered me time off. I took 1 week, then went back because the room had already been taken from me once by what Evan did there, and I could not let him keep it. I removed 3 boxes of obsolete equipment, labeled every storage bin, and changed the checkout policy for recording devices. Small things, real things. Evan eventually pled guilty before trial. The sentence was long enough that people said we should feel relieved. Maybe we did. Relief is quiet, though. It doesn't erase the habit of looking up at old vents. Last unresolved thing came from the 3:07 a.m. audio event. Detective Carver gave me a copy months later, after the plea. Because I had asked so many times, she finally said, "You need to understand it may not give you what you want." The clip was only 10 seconds. No voice at first, just nursery noise. Rain at the open window. The white noise machine before they took it away. A faint rustle, probably Evan moving near the crib. Then his voice, close to the microphone. Last lesson. A pause. Another sound followed, smaller and harder to place. Not Lucy. Lucy had been downstairs with Mara. Not the white noise, not rain, a whisper. 2 syllables, maybe 3. Detectives thought it was Evan shifting his backpack strap near the microphone. The audio tech said compression artifacts can turn fabric noise into speech-like patterns. Mara refused to listen to it, and I did not blame her. But I heard it once. Only once. It sounded like a child trying to copy an adult. Not clearly. Not enough to tell anyone at a hearing. Not enough to put in a report without feeling foolish. Just a tiny, breathy attempt at a word. Again, I deleted my copy. Then I emptied the trash folder. Then I sat in the kitchen for a long time, listening to Lucy babble upstairs in Mara's arms. Each sound her own. Each sound arriving when it wanted to. That's tonight's story. If If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is my car's rearview camera shows a passenger sitting behind me. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The rearview camera came on before I put the car in reverse. That was the first thing. Not the kind of thing you call the police about. Not even the kind of thing you tell somebody without immediately hearing yourself explain it away. A glitch, a sticky button, moisture in the wiring. My thumb must have brushed something when I reached for the heated seat, even though I knew it hadn't. The screen on my dashboard flickered from the radio station to the camera view, and there it was, the damp blacktop behind my car, the crooked yellow lines of the parking space, the side of a shopping cart tipped up against the curb. And, for maybe half a second, the shape of someone sitting in my back seat. Not a face, not really, a shoulder, a dark sleeve, the rounded suggestion of a head just behind the passenger seat. Then the screen blinked, the radio came back, and Patsy Cline kept singing like nothing had happened. I sat there, with both hands hovering above the steering wheel, the engine idling under me, the vents pushing out air that smelled faintly like old fries and wet floor mats. My name is Mara Ellison, 32 female, and at that point in my life, I was living in Frederick, Maryland, working the late shift at a veterinary emergency clinic off West Patrick Street. I had a 2-bedroom apartment I couldn't really afford, a used 2018 Honda CR-V with a cracked fog light, and a talent for pretending practical problems weren't emotional ones as long as I had a checklist in front of me. That night, the checklist was simple. Pick up my sister from the motel near the highway. Bring her back to my place. Make tea. Pretend this was a normal visit, and not the third time in 6 months she had called me from a public bathroom whispering, "Can you come get me?" It was 10:43 p.m. on a Thursday in late October, the kind of wet, cold night that makes strip mall lights look bruised and smeared on the pavement. I was parked outside the Giant on New Design Road because I had stopped for ginger ale, instant noodles, and the cheap lavender hand soap my sister liked. The store was still open, but emptying out, the automatic doors breathing warm fluorescent air into the night every time someone passed through them. I turned around so fast my seat belt locked across my chest. The back seat was empty. Of course it was. My reusable grocery bag sat slumped behind me, one handle twisted. A puffy blue jacket I kept meaning to take inside was balled up on the floor. There was a stack of clinic paperwork in a manila folder, a leash, and 3 little white hairs from a husky named Banjo who had tried to bite me during triage, and then kissed my chin while his owner cried. No person, no shoulder, no head, just my own breath making a pale blur on the driver's side window. I laughed once, without any humor in it, and said, "Okay, great." My phone buzzed in the cup holder. Lena. I picked up on speaker because my hands had started to shake, and I didn't want to hold anything near my face. Hey, I said, trying to sound like I had not just whipped around in a grocery store parking lot like a raccoon hearing a garbage lid. Mara. Her voice was thin and tight. Where are you? Lena Ellison, 27, female, my younger sister, had always sounded younger on the phone when she was scared. In person, she carried herself like somebody ready to leave a room before anyone asked her to. On the phone, fear stripped that away and left only the girl who used to sleep outside my bedroom door when our parents fought downstairs. She lived in Baltimore most of the time, or said she did, though lately her addresses had gotten vague. She was clever, funny in little flashes, and skilled at making bad situations sound like detours. I'm at Giant, I said, 5 minutes from you. Did you wait inside like I asked? A pause. Behind her, I heard water running and the muffled cough of someone else in a tiled room. I'm in the lobby bathroom, she said. The front desk guy keeps looking at me. Did he say anything? No. Then he's probably just wondering why someone has been in his lobby bathroom for 20 minutes. I haven't been here 20 minutes. Lena. I know, okay. Her breath hit the microphone. Can you just come? I looked again at the back seat. Empty. The camera had probably caught the jacket. That was all. The dashboard screen had glitched on. The jacket had looked like a person, and my brain had helpfully turned laundry into a passenger because my sister had called me in a panic, and I was already tuned to the wrong frequency. Yeah, I said, I'm leaving now. Don't park out front. That made me stop. What? Don't park under the awning. Use the side lot. The rain ticked against my windshield in small, irregular taps. Across the lot, a man in a Ravens hoodie shoved his cart into the corral too hard. Metal clanged and rolled, then settled. Why? I asked. Another pause. I just don't want to walk past the office. Lena, is someone there with you? No. Is Drew there? She didn't answer quickly enough. Drew Kessler, 34, male, was not her boyfriend anymore, though I had learned not to use that sentence in front of her unless I wanted her to shut down completely. He was from Hagerstown, worked construction when work was steady, and had the restless, injured pride of a man who treated every boundary like a personal insult. The first time I met him, he brought flowers to my apartment and complimented my car while looking past me into the living room. The second time, he called me judgmental because I asked him not to smoke on my balcony. After that, I mostly heard him through walls, speakerphones, and apologies. He doesn't know I'm here, Lena said. That was not the same as no. I closed my eyes for 1 second. There was a thing I did when Lena called. A bad thing. I would become useful so fast that I skipped over scared, skipped over angry, skipped over the part where I asked whether I was making it worse by always coming. I could organize a crisis like a linen closet. Shoes, coat, charger, cash, extra toothbrush. Don't think too hard. Don't make her earn help by telling the whole truth. My private flaw, though I would not have called it that then, was that I trusted motion more than judgment. If I was driving somewhere, if I was solving something, then I did not have to sit still with the fact that I was afraid of being needed and afraid of not being needed in equal measure. I'm coming, I said. Side lot. Stay inside until I text you. Mara, Yeah, if you see a gray pickup, don't stop. The words seemed to flatten the car around me. What gray pickup? I'll explain when you get here. No, explain now. I can't. Lena, please, she said, and that one word landed so plainly that I stopped pushing. The line clicked dead. For a few seconds, I stayed parked with the engine on and the groceries sweating cold against the paper bag. The heater hummed. Rainwater crawled down the windshield in branching lines. Somewhere behind the store, a truck backed up with 3 clean beeps, each one softened by distance. I checked the mirrors. Left side, empty lane, wet asphalt, the glow of the pharmacy sign. Right side, a row of parked cars, most of them dark, one minivan with a child's booster seat visible through foggy glass. Rearview mirror, my back window, dim shapes, the empty back seat. I put my hand on the gear shift. The dashboard screen flickered again. This time it did not fully switch. The radio image tore sideways, a digital smear, and for one breath I saw the camera view layered under it. Parking lines, blacktop, cart, and that dark shape again. Still, low, behind the passenger seat. I snapped my head around. Nothing. My heart kicked so hard it felt physical, like something had bumped the inside of my ribs. I reached back and grabbed the blue jacket, yanking it up by the hood. It came with a dry whisper of nylon. Under it, the rubber floor mat, an old receipt, a plastic bottle cap. No person. I leaned across the center console and slapped the dome light on. The interior filled with weak yellow light. Beige upholstery, dog hair, grocery bag, paperwork folder, empty footwells. The back seat looked embarrassingly ordinary, like it was tired of being accused. Get it together, I muttered. My phone buzzed again, but it was Lena. It was a text from Jonah. You still picking her up? Want me to meet you there? Jonah Price, 33 male, was my neighbor from across the hall, and the closest thing I had to a reliable adult witness in my life. He taught middle school history in Middletown, wore cardigans without irony, and had once helped me carry a 60-pound bag of cat litter up 3 flights after my carpal tunnel flared. He knew enough about Lena to offer help, and enough about me to phrase it like a logistical question instead of a rescue. I stared at his text for too long. The sensible thing would have been to say yes. The thing I did was type, "No, it's fine, just picking her up." Then I deleted "it's fine," because even I didn't believe it. "No, I'll call if I need backup." He replied almost immediately. "That means you already need backup." I almost smiled. Almost. A knock landed on my driver's side window. I jerked so sharply, my knee hit the underside of the steering column. Outside stood a man in a giant reflective vest, one hand raised in apology, rain darkening the shoulders of his hoodie under the vest. He took half a step back when he saw my face. I cracked the window an inch. "Sorry," he said. "Didn't mean to scare you." The wet air pushed in, smelling of pavement, cigarettes, and the fried chicken counter inside the store. "It's okay," I said, though it clearly was. The man was Calvin Brooks, 46, male, the night lot attendant at that giant, according to the name tag clipped crookedly to his vest. He had a broad, tired face and the careful politeness of someone used to people treating him as part of the parking lot. He held a line of shopping carts in one hand, their front wheels trembling against each other. "You all right?" he asked. "You've been sitting here a bit. Saw you turn around real quick." I hated that he had seen that. I hated more that it made me feel less crazy. "Yeah," I said, "my camera's acting weird. Rear camera." "Yeah." He nodded like this was a known category of trouble. "Rain does stuff to those. My wife's Kia. Screen goes blue every time it storms." "Does it turn on by itself?" His mouth shifted. "Can," he said, but the word came out padded with doubt. "Electronics got moods." I glanced at the screen. It showed the radio again, innocent as a church bulletin. Calvin leaned slightly, not close enough to be intrusive, just enough to look past me toward the back seat. "You waiting on somebody?" "My sister." "You want me to hang around till she gets here?" It was such a small kindness that my throat tightened. I almost said yes to him too. Then I thought of Lena in a motel bathroom, telling me not to park out front, and that old machinery in me started moving again. "No, thanks," I said. "I'm heading out." "You sure?" "Yeah." He looked at me for another moment, then nodded. "All right. Lock your doors when you get where you're going. Lot of weird tonight." I tried to make it light. "Weird how?" He glanced toward the entrance, where the automatic doors opened for no one I could see, then shut again with a rubbery sigh. "People hanging around," he said. "Pickup been circling earlier. Gray one, could be nothing." The small hairs along my arms lifted, not in some dramatic wave, but one by one, like they had each received separate instructions. "What kind of gray pickup? Older Ford, maybe. Couldn't tell in the rain." He squinted toward the far end of the lot. Had one headlight brighter than the other. Why? My phone was still in my hand. I could call Jonah. I could call Lena back. I could call the police and say what? My sister is hiding in a motel bathroom, and a grocery store employee saw a gray truck. My rear camera showed me a jacket that looked like a person. "No reason," I said. Calvin did not look convinced, but he stepped back with his carts. "Take care, okay? You too." I rolled up the window and locked the doors. That tiny mechanical clunk usually comforted me. That night, it sounded too small for the size of the world. I put the car in reverse. The camera came on properly this time. Bright guidelines curved over the blacktop. Rain speckled the lens, turning the cart corral lights into soft halos. The image was grainy but normal. No passenger shape. I backed out slowly, checking over my shoulder anyway, then shifted into drive and pulled toward the exit. My tires hissed through shallow water. The wipers dragged across the glass with a rubber scrape, paused, dragged again. At the light, I looked in the rearview mirror. The back seat remained empty. My phone rang again. "Lena." I answered through the car speakers. "I'm 2 minutes away," I said. "Don't come yet." I braked harder than I meant to. The car behind me honked, one sharp blast. "What? Don't come yet," she whispered. Her voice had changed. It had gone small and controlled, like she was trying not to move her lips. "Are you still in the bathroom?" "No." "Where are you?" A burst of static cut over the line. Not real static, probably bad reception near the motel, but it came through the speakers, harsh and close. Then I heard a door chime in the background. A lobby door, maybe. A man's voice, indistinct. Lena breathed once. "He's at the desk," she said. I gripped the wheel. "Drew, I think so." "You think so?" I saw his boots. That was pure Lena. Even terrified, she noticed fragments, boots, keys. The label on a bottle turned backward. She didn't always trust the whole picture, but she trusted pieces. The light turned green. I didn't move for half a second. The car behind me honked again, longer this time. "Mara," Lena whispered, "there's a side road behind the motel, by the dumpsters. Can you go there?" I knew the place. The motel was one of those low, beige roadside buildings off Route 40, not far from the ramps, with exterior corridors and a side lot that backed up to a narrow service road lined with chain link fence and scrub trees. I had picked her up there once before. Different crisis. Same smell of rain and old carpet. "That's not safer," I said. "I can get out the laundry room door." "Lena, if he's there, we should call the police." "No, yes, no, Mara, please. If cops show up and he hasn't done anything yet, he'll just wait. You don't understand." I did understand. That was the problem. I understood enough to be angry at the whole shape of it. The car behind me swerved around with a wet rush, the driver throwing one hand up as he passed. I barely registered him. "Listen to me," I said. "I'm not sneaking you out of a motel while he's standing in the lobby. That is how people get cornered. I'm already cornered." The words were flat. No drama, no tears, just information. Ahead, the road gleamed under traffic lights. To the right was the turn toward the motel. To the left, the police station wasn't far, not really. 10 minutes maybe. Less if the lights liked me. My thumb hovered over the call button on the steering wheel. Another text came through from Jonah, banners appearing at the top of the dash display. "Mara, seriously. Share your location, I should have." Instead, I heard Lena inhale sharply. "What?" I said. He asked the desk clerk if anyone matching my description checked in. "Go back in the bathroom and lock the door." "I can't. I'm by the laundry room now." "Then stay there." "I can see the side road," she whispered. "If you come now, I can run." The turn signal clicked in the cabin, though I didn't remember touching it. Tick, tick, tick. A steady little sound, calm as a metronome, stupidly calm. I looked at the screen, at the radio display reflecting a blurred version of my own face. Tired eyes, damp hair frizzing near my temples. A woman who wanted a rule book and had been handed a steering wheel. The rearview camera stayed off. The back seat stayed empty. Behind me, headlights gathered at the intersection. One pair sat slightly uneven, the left brighter than the right. Could have been any car, could have been a coincidence, could have been the gray pickup Calvin had seen. The right turn waited, so did the left. "Mara," Lena said, barely audible now. "Please choose." I sat there with my signal ticking, one hand on the wheel, the other over the phone button, while the rain made the road shine like dark glass, and every ordinary option looked like the start of something I couldn't undo. I turned right. That was the choice I made, and I wish I could dress it up as instinct or courage or some sisterly bond that pulled me toward Lena like a wire. It wasn't that clean. It was panic wearing the mask of competence. The turn signal clicked off. My tires slipped a little where the road dipped and water had gathered near the curb. For a second, the CRV felt light under me, as if the whole car had gone loose from the pavement. Then the traction caught, and the wheel tugged back into my hands. "I'm coming around back," I told Lena. "No headlights in the lot," she whispered. "I can't drive without headlights. I mean, don't pull in like you're looking for me. Just keep moving until I'm there." "That's It's not a plan. It's the only one I have. The motel sign came into view through the rain, red letters buzzing above Route 40, Valley View Motor Lodge, though there was no valley and not much of a view unless you liked gas stations, pawn shops, and wet highway. The sign had a dead section in the middle, so it flashed VALL view every few seconds, like the place was forgetting its own name. I slowed before the main entrance, not turning in. The lobby windows glowed a tired yellow. A vending machine hummed under the awning. A man stood near the front desk with his back half turned to the glass. I couldn't see his face. I saw boots, brown work boots, scuffed pale at the toes. Lena's breath hitched over the speakers. "You see him?" she asked. "I see someone." "That's him, Lena, that's him." A horn blared behind me. I had slowed too much on the road. A box truck swept past, throwing dirty water over my passenger window with a slap so loud I flinched. For one blind second, the world became brown water and headlight smear. The wipers dragged it away. I kept going. There was a narrow service lane behind the motel, exactly where Lena had said. I turned down it without signaling because I had the ridiculous thought that signaling would announce me. The lane ran between the back of the motel and a chain link fence choked with wet weeds. Dumpsters lined the wall. A laundry vent coughed warm lint, scented air into the rain. Somewhere above me, an old air conditioning unit rattled against its bracket like loose teeth. The lane was too narrow. That was the first concrete problem. Not fear, not suspicion, geometry. There was barely room for one car. If another vehicle came in behind me, I couldn't turn around. If someone blocked the exit ahead, I'd have to reverse the whole way back between dumpsters and fence in the rain, with a camera I no longer trusted. "Where are you?" I asked. "I'm at the laundry door." "I don't see you. I'm inside. I can see your lights. Come out now." "I can't yet." "What do you mean you can't yet?" There was a scrape on her end, fabric against the phone, then muffled voices. Not close enough for words. "Mara," she said, and her voice had that tight, stretched quality again. "The laundry door alarm is armed," I braked. "What?" "It says emergency exit. Alarm will sound. Then don't use it. The hallway door locks from this side. I came through and it clicked behind me. I'm in the laundry room." I stared through the windshield at the wet brick wall and the dumpsters ahead of me. "So you're locked in. I can get out, but the alarm will go off." A time-sensitive problem, tidy as a math equation. Lena was trapped in a motel laundry room with her ex, possibly in the lobby, and the only exit she could use would trigger an alarm that would tell everyone exactly where she was. I should have called 911 right then. I know that. I had the phone connected to the car. One button. One sentence. My sister is trapped at a motel and afraid of a man looking for her. That would have been enough to start something. Lena said, "If the alarm goes off, he'll come around back before police get here." And there it was again. Motion over judgment. My oldest, ugliest reflex. "Can you prop something against the hallway door and wait?" I asked. "No, there's a little window in the door. If anyone walks past, they'll see me." "Is there staff near you?" "No, just machines." "Any other door?" "I don't think so." "Look." "I am looking." "No, really look, Lena. Slow down." She gave a sharp laugh that wasn't amused. "That's That's rich. What? You telling me to slow down while you're doing whatever this is? That hit harder than it should have, because she was right. I was halfway down a service lane with my headlights painting the backs of dumpsters silver, trying to solve fear by putting myself inside it. I took the car out of drive and put it in park. The rear view camera snapped on. I hadn't shifted into reverse. The screen showed the narrow lane behind me, chain link fence on the driver's side, the slick black ribbon of road, the pale rectangle of the motel's back wall. Rain crawled down the lens in streaks. Farther back, at the mouth of the lane, headlights turned in from Route 40 and washed across the fence. Then the image stuttered. For one blinking instant, the camera view darkened inside the car, not outside it. A shadow shape appeared where the rear passenger would sit. Head tilted slightly toward me, shoulder angled forward, as if leaning to listen. I twisted in my seat. The back seat was empty, but the grocery bag had tipped over. A can of ginger ale rolled slowly under the passenger seat and bumped the metal rail with a small, definite clink. I had not heard it fall. "Mara," Lena said. I couldn't answer. The headlights at the end of the lane paused, one brighter than the other. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, like I'd slept with it open. I looked at the rearview mirror, then the screen, then the mirror again. The vehicle behind me did not enter the lane. It waited at the mouth, angled slightly, blocking anyone from backing out fast. "Mara," Lena said again. "What's happening?" "There's a vehicle behind me. Gray. I can't tell. Leave." "I can't leave you." "Then call Jonah." "I should call the police." "Then call them." The fact that she said it that time scared me more than her refusing before. I hit the phone button on the steering wheel, but my thumb slipped on the damp leather. Instead of bringing up the call menu, it changed the radio source. Patsy vanished, and a Bluetooth message bloomed across the screen. "No device found." "What?" I said. My phone was right there in the cup holder, lit up, still connected to Lena. Then the call dropped. The speakers gave a soft digital pop. I snatched the phone up. No service. One bar appeared, vanished, appeared again. The motel, the storm, the cheap old wiring along Route 40, there were a dozen reasonable explanations. Reasonable did not mean comforting. I opened Jonah's text thread. My last message sat there. His reply below it, "Share your location." Now, I tapped the location icon. The map loaded gray squares and a spinning circle. Behind me, the uneven headlights stayed still. Ahead of me, a metal door opened. Not all the way, just a crack. Warm yellow light sliced across the wet pavement beside the dumpsters. Lena's face appeared in the gap, pale and sharp, hair stuck to her cheek. She had one hand braced on the door and one arm hooked through the strap of a duffel bag. "Move up," she mouthed. I rolled down the passenger window an inch. Rain blew in. "I can't," I hissed. "There's someone behind me." Her eyes flicked past the car. She saw the headlights. The door alarm began to chirp. Not a full siren yet, just a warning. 3 quick electronic chirps, then a pause. Lena froze. From somewhere inside the motel, a man shouted, "Hey, get in," I said. She shoved the door wider. The alarm became a shriek. It wasn't cinematic. It was cheap and piercing. a steady electric scream designed to annoy people into reacting. It bounced off the brick wall and the dumpsters and went straight into my teeth. Lena ran. She slipped almost immediately. Her shoes skidded on the wet pavement, her duffel swung wide, and she caught herself with one hand against the side of the car hard enough to make the window rattle. "Back seat," I yelled. "No, Lena, no back seat." She yanked open the front passenger door and threw herself in, duffel first. The bag hit the gear shift, knocked my hand, and the car lurched because my foot had eased off the brake. "Jesus, Mara, move the bag. I'm trying." The door behind her stayed open for one terrible second, while rain and alarm noise poured into the cabin. Then she slammed it shut. The dome light came on. Her coat smelled of motel detergent, cigarettes, and cold sweat. In that harsh little light, I saw her properly. Lena had a split in her lower lip, not fresh enough to bleed freely, but fresh enough to be swollen. There were red marks around her wrist, spaced like fingers. Her eyes were too bright. The fear in me changed temperature. It went from scattered panic to something denser. "He did that?" I asked. "Drive, Lena, drive." A man came around the corner near the laundry door. Not Drew, older, thinner, wearing a motel polo and carrying a ring of keys. The night clerk. He saw us, saw the door standing open behind him, and raised both hands like he wanted no part of whatever this was. The headlights behind me moved. The vehicle began to creep into the service lane. Now the second problem unfolded. I had Lena, but I did not have a clear exit. Ahead, the service road narrowed further before bending around the back of the building. A delivery van was parked partly across it, nose in near the dumpsters. There might be enough room to squeeze by. Might. Behind, the uneven headlights filled more of the rear camera view, bright and low. The screen flickered once, and for a breath, the passenger-shaped shadow seemed to sit behind Lena now, its head angled toward her duffel. I slapped the screen off with the power button. "What are you doing?" Lena snapped. "Camera S glitching. Then use mirrors." "I am using mirrors. You're not moving. Because if I hit that van, we're stuck. If you don't move, we're worse." The night clerk knocked on Lena's window. She made a sound I had never heard from her before, small and animal, and folded down into herself. He shouted through the glass, "You can't leave that door open." I rolled my window down a crack. "Close it. The alarm company calls police." "Good," I shouted. He blinked in the rain, offended and frightened. Behind us, the approaching vehicle stopped, close enough now that its headlights filled my side mirrors. I could not see the make. I could not see the driver. Rain stippled the beams. Lena lifted her head and looked into the side mirror. "That's his truck." "You're sure?" "One headlight. The dent on the hood. Mara, that's him." The clerk turned toward the headlights, then back to us. "Is there a problem?" "Yes," I said. "No," Lena said at the same time. That tiny disagreement cost us seconds. The truck's driver door opened. We couldn't see the person yet, just the door swinging wide and a boot stepping down into the lane. The clerk took 2 steps back. "Ma'am," he said now to Lena, "do you need me to call somebody?" "She needs you to move," I said. The man coming from the truck called out, "Lena." Just her name, not shouted, not angry, almost gentle. That made it worse. Lena's hands went flat against her knees. "Don't answer," I said. "I wasn't going to. Mara, the man called. My stomach dropped. Lena turned to me. You told him my name. No, he knows your name. I know he knows my name, but I didn't. Drew stepped into the spill of my brake lights. He was exactly as I remembered him, and worse for being real. Tall, wet hair plastered to his forehead, work jacket hanging open, jaw dark with stubble. In one hand, he held his phone. In the other, nothing visible. That mattered, visible. Drew Kessler, 34 male, stood between us and the way out behind, wearing the patient expression of a man pretending he had not just trapped 2 women in a service lane. Lena, he said again, you left your medication. Lena's laugh came out broken. I don't take medication. He lifted the phone. Can we not do this in public? This isn't public, I said. It's an alley behind a motel. His eyes shifted to me. Even through rain and glass, I felt the attention like a hand on the back of my neck. Mara, I'm not here for you. Great, then back up. I just need 5 minutes with her. No, Lena whispered. Don't talk to him. The clerk hovered near the wall, keys in hand, alarms still shrieking behind him. He was part of the scene and not part of it, a witness trying to decide whether witnessing required action. Sir, he called weakly, you need to move your truck. Drew smiled without looking at him. In a minute, I put the car in drive and edged forward. The CR-V's front bumper approached the delivery van. The gap between van and dumpster looked smaller now. Everything did. The wet fence, the brick wall, the space inside my own lungs. You're going to scrape, Lena said. I know. Wait. No, Mara, wait. No. The front right tire bumped something. A broken chunk of concrete, maybe. The car tilted, corrected. Parking sensors began screaming because the van was too close. The dumpster was too close. The whole world was too close. Behind us, Drew started walking. Not fast. That was his advantage. He knew rushing would look bad. He knew the clerk was watching. He knew Lena was watching. He walked like a man approaching a conversation. My passenger mirror folded inward with a crack against the side of the delivery van. Damn it, I said. Lena flinched. Sorry, just go. The car squeezed forward another foot. Metal shrieked along metal. Paint scraped. The sound was so ugly and intimate that I felt it in my molars. Then the front end stopped. Not stalled, stopped. The bumper had wedged against the dumpster's rubber lid, which had been left hanging open into the lane. I tried to reverse an inch to change the angle. The rearview camera came on. This time the screen was clear. Drew stood behind us, 10 feet away. And inside the camera view, in the lower right corner, behind the passenger seat, a hand appeared. Not a whole person. A hand. Pale fingers curling over the top edge of the back seat for just long enough that I could count 3 knuckles and the black crescent of dirt under one nail. I screamed. I hated that I screamed, but I did. Lena screamed because I did, twisting toward the back seat and slamming her shoulder into the door. The dome light was off now. The rear cabin was dark, except for headlight wash and reflections. Who's back there? I shouted. No answer. Lena fumbled for the door handle. Don't get out, I grabbed her sleeve. Someone is in the car. I looked. Someone is in the car. Drew stopped walking. For the first time, his face changed. Not concern, calculation. The clerk shouted, "What's going on?" I reached back blindly with one hand, patting the seat, the floor, the jacket, the grocery bag. nothing but fabric and plastic and the cold, slick side of a ginger ale can. Then my fingers brushed the manila folder. It was open. The clinic paperwork had spilled across the floor. On top of the pages lay something that had not been there before. A motel key card, white plastic, no sleeve, a black magnetic strip, wet at the corners. Lena saw it too. "That's not mine," she whispered. A hard knock hit the rear window. Drew had reached the back of the car. He held up one hand, palm open, as if to show he meant no harm. In the other hand was a tire iron. The clerk saw it and stepped back against the brick. "Mara," Drew called through the rain, voice still measured. "Turn the car off." I looked forward. The dumpster lid blocked us. The van pinned our right side. Drew blocked the rear. The alarm screamed. My phone still had no usable service. Jonah did not know where I was, and in my back seat, or in my camera, or in whatever narrow space existed between a machine glitch and human threat, someone had left a key card inside my locked car. Lena gripped my wrist hard enough to hurt. "What do we do?" she whispered. I looked at the tire iron in Drew's hand, then at the dumpster lid ahead, then at the folded passenger mirror hanging against the door like a broken wing. The choice had shrunk to one ugly thing. "Hold on," I said, and I pressed the gas. The CRV jumped forward like an animal kicked awake. For half a second, nothing moved except the rain. The dumpster lid snapped under the bumper with a flat plastic crack. The delivery van's side panel screamed against what was left of my passenger mirror, and Lena braced both hands on the dashboard hard enough that her nails clicked against the plastic. "Mara, I know, you're hitting it. I know." The car lurched again. Something scraped underneath us. The sound was awful, not loud exactly, but close and grinding, like the whole underside of the car was being peeled open one bolt at a time. The parking sensors shrieked over the motel alarm. My foot trembled on the gas. I could smell hot rubber, wet metal, and the sharp chemical sweetness of antifreeze from somewhere nearby, though I couldn't tell if it was us, or the old delivery van, or my imagination trying to give panic a flavor. Behind us, Drew shouted something I couldn't make out. Then glass popped. Not shattered. Popped. The rear window spidered in one white corner where the tire iron hit it. Lena ducked so low her forehead nearly touched her knees. I pressed harder. The CRV squeezed through the gap between the delivery van and the dumpster with a final ripping groan, and the folded passenger mirror tore completely free. It hit the road behind us with a wet plastic clatter. The car bucked over the broken dumpster lid, caught, then burst into the open bend of the service lane. I didn't feel relief. I felt the steering wheel pulling right. "Something's wrong," I said. "Keep going." "I'm trying." The lane curved behind the motel and opened into a small back lot used by staff and delivery trucks. To our left was the long rear wall of the Valley View Motor Lodge, all cinder block and metal doors, the laundry room alarm still screaming behind us. To the right, a chain link fence separated the property from a drainage ditch and a strip of scrub trees. Head the lane split. Left would take us back toward the main motel lot, and Route 40 right led down a darker access road toward a self-storage facility. And beyond that, the back of an industrial park. The smart choice was left. Left meant lights, people, the lobby, maybe cameras, maybe the clerk if he had found his spine. The gray pickup revved behind us. Not close yet, close enough. I turned right. Lena looked at me like I'd hit her. Why are you going away from the road? He'll expect us to go to the front. He's behind us. He doesn't have to expect anything. The wheel jerked again. I tightened my grip. My right wrist had started to ache from the impact with the dumpster, and my knee still throbbed where I'd slammed it under the steering column in the grocery lot. Ordinary pains. Human pains. The kind that tell your body is keeping score, even when your brain is too busy to file the paperwork. The access road was narrow and unlit, running behind the motel property before dipping toward a stormwater basin. Rainwater sheeted across it in shallow streams. On the left, the backs of the motel rooms passed in a row. Numbered doors, dripping gutters, boxy AC units, one curtained window glowing blue from a television. On the right, the fence sagged in places where weeds had grown through it and pulled the metal down. Call Jonah, Lena said. I tried. Try again. I shoved my phone into her lap. You do it. Her hands were shaking too badly to unlock it. Code 0619. That's Mom's birthday. I know. You said you changed it. Lena, right, sorry. Her thumb slipped twice. The phone rejected the code once, then opened. She tapped Jonah's name, put it on speaker, and we both listened to the dry little sound of a call trying to connect. Ringing, ringing, then nothing. Call failed. Again, I said. She tried again. Failed. Behind us, headlights swung into the access road. The left one was too bright, a hard white stare bouncing off the wet pavement. The right one looked dim and yellow. The truck was bigger than my car and higher off the ground, and in the side mirror, what remained of it, the beams seemed to float above us like something climbing. Police, Lena said. Do it. She dialed 911. For one clean second, I thought it would work, because the screen showed the call timer starting. Then the line cracked. 911. What is your? Static tore through the speaker. Hello, Lena shouted. We're behind the Valley View Motor Lodge off Route 40 in Frederick. A man is chasing us in a gray truck. He has a tire iron. We need. The call cut out. No, Lena said. No. Did it send location? I don't know. Call back. I am. The road dipped sharply. A huge puddle filled the low spot ahead, reflecting the gray sky and the motel lights behind us in a trembling sheet. I slowed because I couldn't tell how deep it was. Drew did not slow. His truck surged closer. Mara, Lena said, I see him. Go. If water gets in the engine, he's going to hit us. That decided it. I drove into the puddle. Water rose in two dirty waves along both sides of the hood. The tires lost their feel for the road. For a second we floated, not fully, but enough that the steering went soft and useless. The engine made a strained, choking sound. Lena grabbed the door handle and whispered something that might have been a prayer or just my name broken into pieces. We made it through. The truck hit the water behind us harder. A brown wave slapped the back of my car so heavily that the rear end fishtailed. The dashboard chimed. A warning light flashed. Tire pressure. Maybe traction control. Maybe something worse. The rearview camera turned on. Again. but not shifted into reverse. Green showed water streaming down the lens, headlights behind us, the road narrowing ahead. Then the image jumped to an interior view that the car should not have had. Not possible from that camera angle. The back seat looked washed in gray, the blue jacket slumped like a body, the grocery bag spilled open. Lena made a choking sound. "There," she said. "There, you see that?" On the screen, something moved behind the blue jacket. A face rose. Pale, wide-eyed, wet hair stuck to the forehead. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded sideways. The truck behind us swerved and blasted its horn. Its front bumper came so close I felt the impact before it happened. A soft shove against the rear quarter panel that kicked us toward the fence. Metal shrieked against chain link. Sparks jumped once, tiny orange flecks gone in the rain. The face in the camera fell forward, and a can of ginger ale rolled out from under the jacket. Not a face, a silver can, the torn paper label peeled half off, catching the dashboard glow and the truck's headlights. The wet hair had been the twisted black handle of my reusable grocery bag. The pale eyes had been 2 punched holes in a receipt stuck to the can. The misdirection should have made me feel foolish. It didn't, because I had seen a hand earlier. I knew I had. Lena had seen enough to refuse the back seat before the camera even showed it again. Now Drew had tapped us with the truck, not hard enough to total us, just enough to remind us he could. "Don't stop," Lena screamed. I forced the wheel left, away from the fence, and stepped on the gas. The first attempt had been simple: get out of the motel lane and reach the main road. Failed. Now the second attempt formed in pieces. "Industrial Park," I said. "There are businesses down here. At midnight. Some have cameras, some have security. And if the gate's locked, we'll figure it out." "That's not a plan either." "I'm aware, Lena, you're mad at me. I am driving through a flood while your ex rams my car. This is not the moment. You're mad because I called you." "No," the word came out too sharp. "I'm mad because you didn't call me sooner." She stared at me. The road leveled out. Ahead, a sign leaned in the weeds. MONOCACY Business Center Service Access Only. Beyond it, the access road passed behind a row of low warehouse buildings, with loading docks facing the ditch. There were security lights on the corners, motion triggered and harsh white, creating islands of visibility separated by deep shadow. Lena's voice changed. "I tried." "What?" "I tried to call sooner." I glanced at her. Her face was turned toward the side window, rain-streaked light moving over her cheek. "He took my phone at dinner, said I was being rude. I got it back when he went to pay. Then he followed me into the parking lot, and I ran across the road to the motel. I told the clerk I needed help. He said I could use the lobby bathroom. That's it. The clerk didn't call police. He asked if Drew was my husband. I said nothing, because the sentence opened a pit in me that anger could not fill fast enough. Behind us, the gray truck followed at a steady distance now, not ramming, not honking. Waiting. That scared me more. "He wants us away from the motel," I said. Lena looked back. "What?" "He could have pinned us there. He could have smashed the window. Instead, he nudged us and let us keep moving." Why? I didn't answer because I didn't know. But the access road ahead gave me a bad answer anyway. The chain link gate to the business center was closed, It stood 50 yards ahead, silver in the headlights, with a keypad on a post and a red reflective sign. No trespassing gate closes at 10 p.m. No, Lena whispered. I slowed. The truck slowed behind us. Warehouses on the left. Drainage ditch on the right. Closed gate ahead. Drew behind. A map you could draw with a child's crayon. Can we break through? Lena asked. In this car, no. Can we climb it? Not with him behind us. Then what? I scanned the left side. Loading docks. Roll-up doors. One had a recessed bay with a box truck parked against it. Another had a narrow space between two buildings, maybe an alley, maybe a dead end. A security light blinked on over the nearest warehouse door, triggered by our movement. Under it was a sign, CATOCTIN linen service. Linen, laundry, motel sheets. I don't know why that detail struck me then. Maybe because Lena smelled like detergent. Maybe because the white motel keycard was still lying on my floor like a bad joke. There, I said. I swung left into the loading area for Catoctin linen service. The front tires thumped over a curb. Something underneath scraped again, harder this time. The dashboard flashed another warning. Stop doing that, Lena said. I'll add it to the list. The loading area was shaped like a squared-off U we entered from the access road, with the warehouse wall directly ahead, loading docks to the left, and a narrow side passage between this building and the next one to the right. I steered toward the passage. It looked passable until we were almost in it. Then my headlights caught the yellow steel bollards protecting the building corners. The gap was wide enough for a forklift, not a CRV. I braked. Truck turned into the loading area behind us and stopped at the mouth of the U, blocking the only way back. Drew got out again. This time he did not bother with the calm act. He slammed the door so hard the sound cracked across the wet concrete. Lena, he shouted. She was already dialing 911 again with my phone pressed against the windshield as if height would help. Come on, she said, come on. I looked left. Loading dock. Too high to drive up. Right, bollards. Ahead, brick wall. Behind. Drew and truck. Second attempt. Reach the industrial park and find help. Partial at best. Mostly failed. But it revealed something useful. The business had cameras. A black dome camera hung above the loading dock office door, angled toward the lot. Another pointed toward the gate. Camera, I said. What? Security camera. We need to be seen. We are being seen by him. No, recorded. I put the car in park, grabbed the motel key card from the floor, and held it up to Lena. Do you recognize this? No, look at it. I'm looking, I don't. It was in my back seat. I didn't put it there. I know. Do you? She snapped. That one landed between us. Drew started walking toward the car, tire iron down by his leg. Lena watched him through the rear window. Mara, think, did he have access to my car? Did you tell him what I drive? He's seen your car. When? At your apartment. My hands tightened on the wheel. He came to my apartment. Not inside. When, Lena? A month ago, maybe 2. I didn't want to tell you. A month ago, my car had been in the apartment lot overnight. A month ago, I had found my glove box open and blamed myself. A month ago, the rear camera had shown a blue error screen once when I backed out for work, and I had forgotten about it because forgetting small warnings was easier than collecting them. Drew knocked on Lena's window with the tire iron. Not hard. Tap, tap, tap. Open. Open the door, he said. Lena flinched at each tap. I hit the horn. The sound blasted through the loading area, huge and ugly. Drew jerked back. The warehouse lights flicked on one by one along the wall, triggered by sound or motion. A dog started barking somewhere inside the building, deep and frantic. Good. That meant someone might be there. I held the horn down. Drew shouted, "Stop." I did not stop. The horn filled the car until it became texture more than sound, buzzing in my skull, vibrating through my palms. Lena covered one ear, but didn't tell me to quit. A light turned on in a small office window near the loading dock. A figure moved behind frosted glass. There, Lena said. Someone's inside. A man opened the office door a crack, staying behind the chain latch. Raymond Sutter, 59 male, was the overnight maintenance supervisor for Caddington Linen Service, though I only learned his name later. In that moment, he was just an older white man in a gray sweatshirt and cargo shorts, holding a cordless phone in one hand and squinting into the rain like we were raccoons in his trash. "Help," Lena shouted through the cracked window. "Call police." Drew turned toward him immediately. "Everything's fine," Drew called. "Family thing." Raymond did not step outside. "Smart man." "It's not fine," I yelled. "He has a weapon." Raymond lifted the cordless phone, and that was the first thing all night that looked like procedure. Like the world might have rules again. Drew saw it too. He backed away from us, but not toward his truck, toward the office door. Raymond shut the door fast. Drew hit it once with the tire iron. The sound cracked through the lot. Raymond disappeared from the window. "No," Lena said. "No, he's going to leave him alone, right?" Drew hit the door again. The chain latch jumped. I shoved the gear shift into reverse. The rearview camera came on. Drew's truck blocked the exit behind us, but the angle showed a sliver of space between his rear bumper and the curb. Too narrow. Maybe enough if I didn't care what happened to the car. The camera image flickered. A passenger shape sat behind me again. This time, I did not turn around. I stared at the screen. The shape leaned just enough for me to notice something I had missed before. Not a person's face, but a dark rectangle strapped low under the rear headrest. A device. A small black box with a tiny reflection like glass. A camera. No, not the rearview camera. Something attached inside the car. "Mara," Lena said, "why aren't we moving?" I reached back slowly with my right hand while keeping my left on the wheel. My fingers slid over the headrest post, the fabric seam, then touched hard plastic where no hard plastic should have been. A little box, taped under the rear headrest. My stomach seemed to drop through the seat. I ripped it free. Adhesive pulled away with a soft, tearing sound. The device came loose in my hand, trailing a short wire, no longer attached to anything. It was smaller than a deck of cards, black, with a pinhole lens and a micro SD slot. Not factory, not Honda, not a glitch. Lena stared at it. "What is that?" "I don't know." But I did know enough. Someone had been inside my car. Someone had placed a camera or recorder where my rearview system could catch its shape in reflections, where it could watch the cabin, where it could make the back seat seem occupied whenever the dashboard screen glitched or switched feeds. Or maybe it had not been making anything seem occupied. Maybe it had been recording whoever had actually been there. Drew hit the office door a third time. The chain snapped. The door flew inward. Raymond shouted from inside. The trap tightened all at once. If Drew got to Raymond, he could stop the police call. If we stayed, we were next. If we backed out, we had to pass his truck. If we ran on foot, Lena was already shaking so hard she could barely hold the phone, and Drew knew the lot better than we did. I dropped the little black device into the cup holder. "Seat belt," I said. "Mara, seat belt." She clicked hers in. I reversed hard. The CRV shot backward toward Drew's truck. The rear camera view jolted, wet and bright. The parking sensors screamed. Lena screamed too, but this time she did not ask me to stop. The rear bumper hit the truck's front corner. The impact snapped my head forward and back. Pain flashed white at the base of my skull. The truck moved maybe 6 inches. Not enough. I pulled forward, shifted again, reversed harder. The second hit was worse. Metal crumpled. The back glass, already cracked from Drew's tire iron, burst inward in a spray of pebbled safety glass. Cold rain and alarm noise rushed through the open rear. Something struck the back of my shoulder. A glass bead or bit of plastic. Lena sobbed once, then swallowed it down. The truck shifted. The gap opened. Drew appeared in the office doorway, turning toward us. In his hand now was not just the tire iron. It was Raymond's cordless phone, smashed against the doorframe as he stepped back into the rain. That was the point when the last good option died. Raymond had tried to call. Drew had stopped him. My phone had failed. Jonah didn't know where we were. The motel alarm was far behind us now, distant and useless. The business center gate was locked. The access road was blocked by Drew's truck unless I could force through the narrow gap. I turned the wheel all the way left. The CRV squeezed past the truck with an impact that tore along the driver's side this time. My door buckled inward near my hip. The side airbag warning flashed, but did not deploy. For 3 seconds, metal screamed and the car slowed to a crawl, trapped between Drew's bumper and the curb. Then we broke free. We shot back onto the access road, facing the locked gate. Behind us, Drew ran for his truck. Ahead of us, the gate stood closed. I could no longer turn around. Not with Drew moving, not with the truck still running, not with the rear window gone and the back of my car full of rain and glass. Retreat meant driving straight back into him. Lena wiped blood from her cheek where a tiny shard had cut her. Her breathing came fast, uneven, too close to hyperventilating. "Mara," she said, voice barely there. "The gate." I looked at the keypad, then at the drainage ditch beside the fence, then at the black device in my cup holder, its pinhole lens aimed up at us like an open eye. Drew's truck engine roared behind us. I put the car in drive. The locked gate filled the windshield, silver bars shining in the rain. There was no going back now. The locked gate filled the windshield. For 1 second, I thought I could make it through. Not because it made sense. It didn't. The gate was steel tubing and chain link, mounted on a track with a thick metal post at one side and a keypad bolted to a yellow pole. My CRV was already limping, pulling hard right, rear window blown inward, driver's door bent in near my hip. The sensible part of my brain knew the car would lose. The other part saw Drew's headlights rising behind us and thought, better the gate than him. Mara, Lena said, I know. No, listen, the keypad. What about it? The key card. I looked at her. She was pointing with 2 fingers because her hands were trembling too badly to make one finger obey. The white motel key card lay in the footwell now, thrown there by the last impact. It had a black magnetic strip. The gate had a reader beneath the keypad, half hidden under a rain hood. That's for the motel, I said. Try it. That's insane. So is driving through a gate. Behind us, Drew's truck turned out of the Caddington linen lot. His bumper hung crooked from where I had rammed it, and the left headlight shook in its housing, brighter and meaner, because it pointed slightly up. It swept over the wet road, over the fence, over the back of my car. He was coming. I threw the CRV into park. What are you doing? Lena's voice cracked. Trying the insane thing. Grabbed the key card and opened my door. It didn't open all the way. The damaged metal screamed against the frame and stopped with a gap barely wide enough for me. Cold rain hit my face. My left hip scraped the buckled door as I forced myself out sideways. Pain flared there, sharp and hot, and for a second my leg almost folded. The truck engine grew louder. Mara, Lena yelled. Stay in. I limped to the keypad. The air smelled like wet weeds, hot engine, and ozone from the security lights. The gate hummed faintly, some electrical box doing its tiny job while everything else fell apart. The reader had a red light. I slapped the motel key card against it. Nothing. I flipped it, swiped. Nothing. Behind me, Lena shouted again. I swiped slower. The red light stayed red. The truck was 50 yards away. 40, 30. The reader beeped once. Not green, red and angry. Invalid card, said a tiny screen above the keypad. Of course, a motel card did not open a business center gate. Of course, the world was not secretly arranged for our escape. The truck surged closer. I dropped the card. My foot came down on it, and it skidded under the gate. For half a second, I stared at the place it had gone, watching rainwater carry it along the concrete track like it had somewhere better to be. Then Lena screamed my name. I turned. Drew's truck was not stopping. I ran badly, not graceful, not fast. My wet shoe slipped on the painted line beside the keypad, and I caught myself on the yellow post with my bad wrist. Pain shot up my arm to my elbow. I shoved off and stumbled toward the car. The driver's door was still half open. There wasn't time to get in properly. I threw myself through the gap, ribs hitting the steering wheel, one knee landing on the seat. Lena grabbed my coat and pulled hard enough to choke me. Drew's truck hit the back of us. The impact was low and brutal. The CRV jumped forward. My head smacked the pillar. The open door folded backward against the yellow keypad post with a crunch that sounded final. The whole car twisted sideways, front bumper kissing the gate, rear end shoved toward the ditch. For a second, there was no sound except rain entering through the broken rear window. Then the horn started. Not mine. Drew S. A continuous, wounded blare from his truck, jammed by the impact. I tasted metal. Mara, Lena's voice sounded far away. "I'm here, you're bleeding." "I know." I didn't, actually, until she said it. Then I felt warmth running from my hairline into my eyebrow. I wiped with the back of my hand. My fingers came away red, thinned by rain. Drew's truck had hit us hard enough to shove the CRV diagonally against the gate, but not hard enough to disable him completely. His hood was crumpled. Steam came from the grill. The horn kept blaring. His driver's door opened with difficulty. He stepped out, staggered, caught himself on the truck frame, still holding the tire iron. Lena made a sound under her breath. Not a word, a small, broken exhale. I tried to shift into drive. The gear selector moved. The car did not. The front wheels spun against the gate track with a wet grinding sound. The dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree designed by a sadist. Battery, tire pressure, collision warning, something flashing orange I didn't recognize. I tried reverse. The engine revved. The car rocked. The back end was pinned by Drew's truck at an angle, the front pressed into the gate, the left side trapped by the bent door and keypad post. We were wedged. Third attempt. Gate failed. And now there was no road left. Drew came around the front of his truck. He was limping too, but he had mass and anger and the tire iron. Rain ran down his face. His calm mask had slipped, not gone, just moved badly, like a picture hanging crooked. "Unlock the door," he said. The horn blared behind him, making his words pulse. Lena shook her head. "Mara," he said louder, "unlock it." I hit the lock button. Once, twice. The locks thunked down. He smiled. Then he swung the tire iron into the driver's window. The glass cracked but held. I screamed anyway, a short, useless sound. He swung again. More cracks, white lines crawling from the impact point. Lena reached for the glove box. "What are you doing?" I shouted. "Looking." "For what?" "I don't know." The third hit punched a small hole through the safety glass. Rain and glass dust sprayed my cheek. I leaned away, but there was nowhere to go. Drew bent and looked through the cracked web of the window. "This is your fault," he said to me. It was such a familiar sentence in an unfamiliar mouth that for one weird second, I almost answered like it was true. Like all of this could be solved if I apologized correctly. Lena lunged across me and screamed, "Leave her alone." Drew's eyes shifted to her. "You are," he said. It was soft. That made it obscene. I looked down. The black pinhole recorder sat in the cup holder, slick with rainwater, its little lens pointing up. Beside it was my phone, screen cracked from the crash but still lit. One bar, then two, then one. Jonah's text thread was open. "Share your location." Now, I had not sent it, but the emergency call might have connected for a moment. Raymond might have called before Drew smashed the phone. The motel alarm might have notified someone. Those were maybes, thin ones, too thin to bet Lena's face on. Drew raised the tire iron again. I grabbed the only heavy thing within reach, the ginger ale can. It was dented and sticky, half full, stupid. I hurled it through the broken window hole as he swung. It hit him in the cheek, not hard enough to save us, hard enough to surprise him. He jerked back, and the tire iron glanced off the upper frame instead of the window. Lena grabbed my phone and stabbed at the screen. "What are you doing?" I said. "Camera, what?" Recording him. She opened the camera app with shaking hands and turned the phone toward Drew. The flash came on automatically. White light filled the ruined driver's window. Drew froze. For the first time all night, he looked afraid of something that wasn't physical. Not the car, not us. Evidence. "You think that helps," he said. Lena's voice trembled, but the words came clean. "Say my name again." He stared at her. "Say it," she said. "Say why you followed me. Say why you put that thing in Mara's car." His expression flickered. "There, just there, I saw it. Lena saw it too." "You did put it there," she whispered. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do." He stepped toward the window again. "Give me the phone." I shoved the pinhole recorder into my coat pocket. His eyes followed the movement. That was the answer. Not the whole answer, but enough. The recorder mattered. He swung the tire iron into the window with both hands. The glass gave, collapsed inward in a sheet of tiny cubes, pattering across my lap, the console, Lena's knees. The cold outside came with him. His left arm reached in, not for the lock, not for me, for my coat pocket. I twisted away. The seat belt caught me. The belt I had not even realized was still across my body, locked tight, and pinned me in place. His fingers grabbed fabric. I smelled his wet jacket, sweat, gasoline, the sour stink of adrenaline coming off him like heat. Lena hit him with the phone. The cracked phone edge caught him above the eye. He cursed, grabbed her wrist, and slammed it against the dashboard. The phone flew into the footwell. Lena screamed. I unlatched my seat belt. Too late. Drew got his hand around my coat pocket and ripped. The seam tore open. The black recorder fell between the seat and center console. He reached deeper. I grabbed his wrist with both hands. He was stronger. That is the part people don't like in stories, but it's true. He was stronger than me, stronger than Lena, and fear did not make us superheroes. My fingers slid on rainwater and blood. He dragged my shoulder toward the broken window frame. Glass bit into my forearm. I felt several small cuts open at once, bright and precise. Lena had stopped screaming. That scared me. Then she said, very calmly, "Mara, move your head." I ducked. She jammed the blue puffy jacket into Drew's face. For one ridiculous second, the thing that had looked like a passenger became a weapon. She shoved it hard through the broken driver's window, filling the gap with nylon and stuffing. Drew snarled and recoiled, blinded. I grabbed the tire iron, not from his hand completely, just the end of it. We fought over it in the window frame, both of us pulling, the metal slick. The broken glass in the door rasped against it. Lena pushed the jacket harder, then hooked both hands around Drew's wrist and bit him. He howled. The tire iron came loose. I fell backward into the center console with it across my chest. Drew staggered away from the car, clutching his wrist. "Drive," Lena shouted. "I can't. Try." I threw the car into reverse again. The wheels spun. The CR-V rocked, but the truck still pinned us. Drew recovered fast. Too fast. He was bleeding over one eyebrow now, cheeks swelling where the ginger ale had hit him, but he was still upright. He looked less like a man pretending to be reasonable and more like the thing under that performance. He moved toward Lena's door. The passenger side still opened. The mirror was gone, but the door itself worked. Lena realized it at the same time I did. She scrambled to lock it. Her injured wrist failed her. She cried out and missed the button. Drew grabbed the passenger handle. The door opened 2 inches before the lock caught. He yanked again. The lock held. He slammed his shoulder into it. The whole car rocked. I looked around for anything else. Tire iron in my hands, phone on the floor, recorder trapped beside the console. Gate ahead, truck behind, ditch to the right, ditch. The CRV was diagonal. The front left corner pressed against the gate, but the right front tire pointed toward the muddy slope beside the fence, where the drainage ditch ran parallel to the road. Not a road, not even close, but the fence sagged there. The ditch dropped maybe 4 feet, lined with wet grass and trash and rainwater. The car could not go forward through the gate. Maybe it could go sideways off the road. It would hurt, it might roll, but staying was worse. "Lena," I said. She looked at me, eyes huge. "Put your head down and hold the handle." "What now?" Drew slammed the passenger door again. The lock popped up. Lena saw it. She threw herself backward just as the door opened. Drew reached in. I swung the tire iron across the cabin. I did not hit him in the head. I wish I could say I had the aim or the cruelty. I hit his forearm. Bone made a dull sound under metal. He screamed and pulled back. I shifted into drive, turned the wheel hard right, pressed the gas. The CRV screamed. For a moment it stayed wedged. The engine roared. Tires spun. Mud and gravel sprayed. The front bumper caught against the gate post, bending, tearing, resisting. Then the post gave the car just enough angle. We slid off the edge of the access road. The right side dropped first. Lena's shoulder hit the window. My hip slammed into the buckled door. The world tilted toward the ditch. The fence bowed with a metallic twang and then ripped loose from 2 posts, chain link scraping along the hood like claws. We went down. Not far, far enough. The car landed nose first in the drainage ditch with a heavy, wet crash. Water splashed over the hood. The engine coughed once and died. The airbags did not deploy. The seat belts locked. My chest hit mine hard enough to steal the air from me. For several seconds, there was only rain. Rain through the missing windows. Rain on the roof. Rain dripping from the torn fence onto the hood. Lena made a thin whimper. "Are you hurt?" I gasped. "My arm, my wrist, Mara, my wrist." "Can you move your fingers?" she cried. "A little. Okay. It was not okay." Above us, Drew stood at the edge of the road, silhouetted by the truck headlights and the still blaring horn. One arm hung wrong, not broken maybe, but hurt. He looked down at us. For a moment, nobody moved. He could come down. That was the thought. He could climb down the slope, open one of the broken doors, drag us out while the rain filled the car and the horn screamed over everything. I reached for the tire iron. It had fallen under my feet. I couldn't reach it. Lena saw me trying and said, "Don't, your door." "What? Your door's open." It wasn't open. Not fully. But the crash had bent it farther, leaving a jagged wedge between the frame and the ditch mud. Water was creeping in along the floor mats. Drew started down the slope. One step, then another. Lena grabbed my torn coat pocket, found the black recorder where it had wedged beside the console, and shoved it into my hand. "Make him want this," she whispered. "What? He wants it." Drew was halfway down now, boots sliding in the mud. I held the recorder out through the broken driver's window. His eyes locked on it. "You want it," I shouted. Rain ran into my mouth. My voice sounded shredded. "Come get it." "Mara," Lena whispered, terrified. Drew smiled. Then I threw the recorder as hard as I could into the ditch water beyond the car. It was a small throw, a bad throw. My arm hurt, my shoulder hurt, my hand was slick. But it was enough. The black device skipped once off the muddy bank and dropped into the brown runoff near the culvert pipe, where water rushed through leaves and plastic wrappers. Drew reacted before thinking. He lunged for it. His boot slipped. He went down hard on his injured arm. The sound he made was raw and surprised. He slid the rest of the way into the ditch, knees first, tire iron forgotten up near the road. Water splashed around him. He clawed at the mud with one hand, the other tucked against his chest. I reached down, found the tire iron with my fingertips, and dragged it up. Drew pushed himself to his knees. Lena, shaking so hard her teeth clicked, found my phone in the footwell. The screen was cracked badly, but lit. One bar. She pressed emergency call again. This time the line rang. Drew heard it. His head snapped toward us. "Don't," he said. Lena laughed once, a terrible little sound. Too late. A dispatcher answered, faint but clear. 911, what is your emergency? Lena sobbed and spoke at the same time. We're in a drainage ditch behind Monocacy Business Center off Route 40 in Frederick. A man attacked us. He has a tire iron, gray pickup. We need police and ambulance. Drew tried to stand. I raised the tire iron with both hands through the broken window. "I will hit you," I said. My voice shook. My arms shook. Everything shook. But I meant it. He saw that I meant it. Sirens did not arrive instantly. Real life doesn't work like that. There was no sudden cavalry bursting through the rain at the perfect second. There was only Lena talking to the dispatcher, repeating the address, repeating Drew's name, repeating that we were hurt, while Drew knelt in the ditch water 6 feet from my door and made small, furious movements like he was calculating which pain mattered least. "Tell them Raymond," I said. "What?" "The man at Caddington Linen. Tell them he's hurt or trapped." Lena repeated it. Drew looked toward the road. The truck horn finally died. The absence of it was so sudden that the rain seemed loud enough to crush us. In the new quiet, from somewhere up by the warehouse, a dog barked again. Then a human voice called out, distant and frightened. "Police are coming, Raymond. Alive." Drew heard it too. His face changed. Not remorse, not surrender, risk assessment. He started climbing the ditch bank away from us, toward the torn fence and the dark scrub beyond the business center. "Stop," I shouted uselessly. He didn't. Lena told the dispatcher, "He's running." He's going toward the fence, toward the trees. Drew slipped twice, but kept going. At the top, he looked back once. Not at Lena. At me. No, at the car. At the broken rear window, the torn blue jacket, the place where the hidden recorder had been. Then he disappeared through the ripped chain link and into the wet darkness beyond the ditch. The central threat was gone from arm's reach, not gone from the world. There is a difference. I lowered the tire iron and realized I couldn't feel 2 fingers on my left hand. Lena was still talking to the dispatcher, voice hitching, giving our names, Drew's full name, the motel, the truck, the recorder in the water. My head rang. My hip throbbed. Blood from my hairline had run into my eye and made the world pink at the edges. Above us, security lights shone on the damaged road. The locked gate still stood, bent, but closed. Drew's truck sat crooked behind it, with its hood steaming. The CRV rested in the ditch, like an animal too tired to crawl. Lena reached across the console with her good hand. I took it. Neither of us said sorry. Not then. We sat in the rain-flooded car, breathing glass dust and wet upholstery, while the dispatcher's voice kept asking questions, and the first real siren finally rose somewhere beyond Route 40, thin at first, then growing, threading its way through the industrial dark. By the time the first officer reached the ditch, I had started to worry that the rain would fill the car before help got to us. It wasn't logical. The water was only a few inches deep along the floorboards, cold around my shoes, soaking the bottom of Lena's duffel, carrying little cubes of safety glass under the pedals. The CRV wasn't sinking into a river. It was tilted in a drainage ditch behind a business park in Frederick, Maryland, with one wheel half buried in mud and the torn chain link fence draped over the hood. But panic doesn't care about measurements. Every drop sounded like a countdown. Rain through the broken rear window. Rain through the smashed driver's window. Rain ticking on the roof, dripping from the bent gate, pattering onto the blue jacket Lena had shoved into Drew's face. Somewhere above us, Drew's truck hissed and clicked as the engine cooled. Somewhere farther away, a dog barked and barked until it went hoarse. "Keep your hands where I can see them," a voice shouted. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, because I was holding a tire iron across my lap like some bargain bin warrior, my left hand cut and numb, my head bleeding into one eye, and I knew exactly how we looked. "I'm Mara Ellison," I called back. My voice came out rough. "My sister is hurt." He ran through the fence. Drew Kessler, gray pickup. A flashlight beam found my face. I winced. "Ma'am, put the tire iron down." "I'm not, Mara," Lena whispered. "Right. Practical, procedure, rules." I let the tire iron slide from my lap into the wet floor well with a dull clunk. Then I raised both hands as high as I could in the wrecked car, which wasn't very high. The officer came down the slope slowly, one boot sliding in the mud. He was young enough that his rain jacket looked too big on him, but he moved carefully, one hand near his holster, the other holding the flashlight low so it didn't blind us completely. Behind him, another officer stayed on the road near Drew's truck, radioing into her shoulder. Officer Daniel Price, 29, male, was the first one down to us. He told me his name twice because I kept losing pieces of sentences. Officer Rachel Wynn, 41, female, stayed above at first, coordinating the scene, calling for EMS, and directing another unit toward the fence line where Drew had disappeared. They were both from Frederick Police, and they had that clipped, controlled calm people use when they can't afford to absorb the fear in front of them. "Is the suspect still in sight?" Officer Price asked. "No," Lena said. "He went through there." She pointed with her good hand toward the torn fence and the wet scrub beyond it. Her other arm was tucked against her chest. Her wrist had swollen into the shape of something that didn't belong to her. "He has a broken arm," I said. "Or hurt. I hit him." Officer Price glanced at me, not judging, just filing. "Any weapons besides the tire iron?" "I don't know. He had my phone earlier," Lena said. "He might have another one." "Okay, don't move unless I tell you. EMS is coming down." That was when I started shaking. Not before. Before, I had been busy. Drive, reverse, call, hold the tire iron, watch the ditch, keep Lena talking, keep myself upright. Once someone else started giving instructions, my body took the opportunity to fall apart. My teeth clicked so hard my jaw hurt. My hands jumped in little useless spasms. My left hip throbbed where the driver's door had bent inward. Every small cut on my forearm began to announce itself separately. Bright stings under rainwater and glass dust. Lena reached across the console and touched my sleeve. "Don't," I said too sharply. She pulled back. I hated myself immediately. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm sorry, your wrist. It's okay." "It's not." She looked out through the cracked windshield. "No, it's not." That was the first honest thing either of us had said since the grocery store. The paramedics arrived 7 minutes later. I know because Officer Price kept saying times into his radio, and the numbers stuck to me in strange places. 11:18 p.m., first unit on scene. 11:25, EMS at the ditch. 11:27, request additional patrol to search east side of drainage easement. The paramedics couldn't just pull us out. The car was angled badly. The driver's door half folded open and jammed in mud. The passenger door bent from Drew yanking it. One of them climbed down and leaned through the broken driver's window with a blanket over the jagged frame. Paramedic Elise Novak, 38, female, had a calm face and rain dripping off the bill of her cap. She touched my wrist, asked my name, asked what day it was, asked if I knew where I was. I answered most of it right. I said Wednesday first. Lena corrected me. "It's Thursday," she said. "Technically almost Friday," I muttered. Elise smiled like she appreciated my attempt to still be annoying. "Any loss of consciousness?" "I don't think so. You hit your head." "Yes. Neck pain. Everything pain." "That's not a no." "No sharp neck pain." She moved to Lena next, gentler with the arm. Lena kept apologizing whenever she cried out, which made Elise's face change in a way I recognized from the clinic. The face you make when an injured thing thinks pain is bad manners. "You don't have to be polite about broken bones," Elise said. Lena let out one wet laugh and then cried for real. Not loudly, not dramatically, just her chin collapsing, her shoulders shaking, one hand pressed to her mouth as if she could hold it in and keep the whole scene from becoming embarrassing. I looked away because I knew she hated being watched when she couldn't perform okay. They got Lena out first through the passenger side after forcing the door with a pry bar. She hissed through her teeth the whole time, but she didn't scream. When they lifted her up the muddy slope, she kept her eyes on me until the angle took her away. Then it was my turn. My legs worked, technically. My left one just didn't want to. Officer Price and a second paramedic helped me climb from the ditch. Mud sucked at my shoes. Broken glass fell from my coat in tiny musical ticks. At the top, the business center looked unreal under the security lights. Drew's truck steaming crookedly, the bent gate, our tire marks, the torn mirror somewhere back on the access road, everything wet and sharp-edged. Raymond Sutter sat on the back step of an ambulance with a blanket around his shoulders. His forehead was bandaged. He looked older than he had through the office glass, smaller too, like stepping into the rain had wrung the night out of him. When he saw me looking, he lifted one hand. "I called," he said. His voice was hoarse. "I know," I said. "Thank you." He shook his head once. Door chain slowed him. Phone was already connected. That mattered. It mattered enough that my knees nearly went. Raymond had gotten through. Lena had gotten through. Not perfectly. Not heroically. But enough. Police found Drew 42 minutes later behind a row of storage units east of the drainage ditch. He had made it less than half a mile. His right forearm was fractured, his eyebrow split, one boot missing, and his phone was wrapped in a plastic grocery bag inside his jacket pocket. He told the arresting officers he was the victim of a domestic misunderstanding, and that I had tried to run him over. By then, Officer Wynn had Raymond's call, Lena's 911 call, security footage from Caddington Linen, the motel alarm log, the dented truck, my wrecked car, the tire iron, and half of Drew's blood on the broken driver's window. For once, his version of events had to stand in a room with objects. It did not stand well. At Frederick Health Hospital, they put us in curtained bays side by side in the emergency department. The fluorescent lights made everyone look waxy and unfinished. A nurse cleaned glass out of my forearm with tweezers while I stared at a poster about stroke symptoms. Lena's wrist was X-rayed, distal radius fracture, 2 fingers sprained, split lip, bruising around the wrist and upper arm. She kept saying she didn't need anything stronger than ibuprofen until the doctor told her, kindly but firmly, that pain control wasn't a character flaw. My injuries sounded less dramatic on paper than they felt in my body. Mild concussion, deep bruise to the left hip, strained wrist, shallow lacerations, glass abrasions, possible nerve irritation in 2 fingers from gripping and impact. No internal bleeding, no fracture, no driving for a few days, the doctor told me. I laughed again, that same wrong little laugh from the grocery parking lot. My car S in a ditch. He paused, then said, that would also be a reason. Ona arrived at 1:06 a.m. I remember the time because he came through the curtain, holding 2 paper cups of vending machine coffee and wearing a cardigan under a raincoat, as if he had dressed in 2 different emergencies. His face changed when he saw me. He tried to hide it. Failed. Jonah Price, 33, male, my neighbor and friend, looked from my bandaged forehead to Lena's splinted arm, and then to the muddy shoes in the plastic bag beside my bed. You didn't share your location, he said. I was busy. That's a terrible defense. I know, his mouth tightened. For a second, I thought he might lecture me, and honestly, I deserved it. Instead, he set 1 coffee on the rolling table and said, I'm glad you're alive enough to be irritating. Lena, from the next bay, said, she drove into a ditch. Jonah looked at me. On purpose, I said. That's somehow worse. It worked. Did it? I looked at the curtain between me and Lena. at the shape of her splinted arm visible below the fabric, at the police officer posted near the nurse's station, waiting to take a full statement when we were cleared. "No," I said, "but we're here." Jonah didn't argue with that. The hidden recorder became the thing everyone wanted and nobody wanted to touch. At first, I thought it was gone. I had thrown it into the ditch water. I had seen it disappear near the culvert pipe, swallowed by brown runoff and trash. But one of the officers found it after dawn, wedged against a clump of wet leaves and plastic wrap behind the grate. It was water damaged, but the micro SD card inside survived. That felt too neat when they told me, and then not neat at all when Detective Sonia Alvarez came to my apartment 3 days later. Detective Alvarez, 44, female, handled domestic violence cases often enough that she spoke carefully, not softly. She sat at my kitchen table with a notebook, a folder, and the motel key card sealed in a plastic evidence sleeve. Lena sat on my couch with her wrist elevated on 2 pillows, wearing one of my old sweatshirts and watching the detective the way you watch a dog you don't know. The device recorded video, Detective Alvarez said. "Mostly the inside of your vehicle." "Mostly?" I asked. "Some files are corrupted. Some audio is usable. It appears to have been installed at least 5 weeks ago." 5 weeks. Long enough to catch me singing badly on my commute, crying once after euthanasia at the clinic, talking to Jonah in the parking lot, calling Lena, giving my address out loud to a pharmacy tech, unlocking my phone with my code, long enough that the car had not been empty for a while, even when it was. Detective Alvarez continued. "We also found footage of Mr. Kessler entering your vehicle in your apartment lot. We're still determining how he gained access." "My glove box," I said. "I found it open." She nodded like she already knew. "There's also footage of him placing the motel key card in the rear footwell the afternoon before the incident." Lena sat forward too fast and winced. "Why?" she asked. Alvarez looked at her. "We believe he intended to suggest you had been in Mara's vehicle earlier, possibly to undermine your account or create confusion about where you had gone voluntarily. The room connected to that key card was paid for in cash." "By him?" I asked. "By someone using a cap and cash. The motel camera is poor quality. We're working on it." There it was, the thread that didn't tie cleanly. Drew, or someone like Drew, or someone helping Drew. Alvarez must have seen my face because she added, "That doesn't mean there's another active threat. It means we're not closing that part yet." Lena stared at the carpet. "He always made things messy," she said, "so you'd get tired before you could prove anything." No one answered for a moment. Outside my apartment window, a lawn crew worked in the weak afternoon sun. A leaf blower snarled, stopped, snarled again. Ordinary noise. Irritating, almost comforting. Drew was held without bond at first, then later with conditions so strict they looked good on paper. No contact with Lena, no contact with me, GPS monitoring if released, surrender of weapons, protective order, charges including assault, stalking, property damage, attempted unlawful entry, and interference with an emergency call. The legal words kept accumulating around him like sandbags. I wanted them to feel heavier. Sometimes they did. Sometimes they felt like paper. Lena stayed with me for 17 days. She slept on my couch the first 3 nights because she couldn't stand being behind a closed bedroom door. Then she moved to the guest room, but kept a chair under the knob. She apologized for that too, until I told her I'd help her wedge the chair better. We did small things because big things were too much. We bought a new phone for her under an account Drew didn't know. We changed every password I could remember, and several I couldn't. Jonah installed a camera over my apartment door and did not make a single joke about it, which told me how scared he had been. Calvin from the Giant called after hearing about the case from an officer who came to ask for security footage. He left a message saying, "Glad you girls got out." And then, awkwardly, "This is Calvin from Giant," as if I knew multiple Calvins who monitored parking lots for gray pickups. The CRV was totaled. When the insurance adjuster called, she used phrases like extensive frame damage and water intrusion, and not economically repairable. I signed forms. I cleaned out what could be salvaged from a plastic bin at the tow yard. The Manila Clinic folder, swollen and unreadable, the leash, one unopened bottle of lavender hand soap, the blue jacket, torn at the sleeve and dotted with glass. I almost threw the jacket away. Lena stopped me. "Keep it," she said. "It's ruined." It helped. I washed it twice and put it in the hall closet, where it still hangs, lumpy and misshapen, smelling faintly of detergent no matter what I do. A month later, I bought another used car. Not a Honda. That wasn't Honda's fault, but the body keeps its own brand loyalties and grudges. This one was a Subaru Forester with too many miles and a backup camera that worked exactly when it was supposed to. I made the mechanic check the interior twice before I signed anything. Then Jonah checked it. Then I checked it again with a flashlight, fingers running under headrests, seats, floor mats, the lip of the cargo area. Nothing. For a while, I drove with the rear seats folded flat. People noticed, asked if I was moving something. "Habit," I said. That became my answer for everything. "Why do you park under lights?" Habit. "Why do you send your location before driving at night?" Habit. "Why does Lena text you when she arrives somewhere and again when she leaves?" Habit. "Why do you both go quiet when a truck with one bad headlight pulls into the next lane?" Habit. The almost ordinary returned in pieces. I went back to the clinic. Dogs still bit when scared. Cats still hid in carrier corners and made themselves heavy as stone. People still cried over old pets under bad fluorescent light. Jonah still knocked on my door to ask if I had coffee filters, and then stayed for coffee he clearly intended to drink in the first place. Lena started going to appointments with an advocate and a therapist. She found a short-term rental in Walkersville with a landlord who lived downstairs and owned a very loud terrier. We learned how to sound normal again, but normal had cracks. The first time I backed the Subaru out of my apartment space after sunset, the camera came on and showed only asphalt, parking lines, and the brick wall across the lot. Perfectly ordinary. I still turned around, checked the back seat, the floor, the cargo area. Empty. Lena was in the passenger seat that day, her cast replaced by a brace, her lip healed to a faint line. She didn't tease me. She turned around too. "Clear," she said, Clear, I repeated. I put the car in reverse. The screen held steady. No flicker, no dark sleeve, no shape behind us. Then, just as I started backing out, something white slid across the camera view near the bottom edge. I braked. Lena grabbed the dashboard with her good hand. "What?" she said. I stared at the screen. A receipt. Just a wet receipt stuck to the camera lens, lifted by the wind from the pavement, and plastered there for 2 seconds before peeling away and tumbling into the lot. That was all. A receipt. We sat there breathing too hard over nothing. Then Lena began to laugh. Not because it was funny, because it was either laugh or get out and walk forever. I laughed too, one hand pressed to my bandaged wrist, the other on the gear shift, while the camera showed the empty lot behind us, and the dashboard hummed like any other machine. Still, before I backed out, I checked the mirror one more time. Not because I believed someone was there, because once you have seen a passenger where there should be no passenger, even when the explanation is wires and cameras and a man with too much access to your life, the back seat never becomes just a back seat again. It becomes a question you keep answering. Every drive, every night, every time the screen lights up. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare.